play-in game, 3-0. The news service of Cabela's. Gear up at Cabela's Ultimate Outfitter sale. Find great deals like up to $30 off a Wild Game Trail camera and $50 off Baby Mojo Decoy twin packs. Shop in-store at Hoffman Estates and Hammond, Indiana, or online at Cabela's.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
So, has Donald Trump peaked? Dennis Prager thinks it's possible.
If Donald Trump has 30% of the vote, that means he doesn't have 70% of the vote, and that's the Republican primary votes. But it's hard to imagine almost anybody who is not pro-Trump now becoming pro-Trump. So he has, I believe, peaked. Now, he's peaked at a high peak, but he's peaked.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Mike Rowe here in the home of Cindy Jennings, where she's doing a, what do you call that, Cindy?
My 1 hour happy dance.
Yeah. You see, Cindy, being a smart and surprisingly sure-footed homeowner, called 1 hour the minute her furnace started acting up. Cindy knows that with 1 hour in the house, her problem will be expertly diagnosed, and her professional 1 hour technician will be fully equipped to do the job right.
That's right.
For any heating need, call 855-1-HOUR and get happy.
I'm twerking.
Yes, you are, and it's perfect for radio. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Have you ever questioned whether your money is in the right place or thought that maybe you should be doing something different? Tune in Sunday mornings at 10 to In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos, founder and CEO of Wealth Management Group, LLC, right here on AM 560, The Answer. Visit them online at investwithwmg.com. That's investwithwmg.com.
5:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, and we welcome in Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. It's pretty thick out there. The fog visibilities are reduced and in some cases rather severely throughout the Chicago area. Allow some following distance. There's a crash in Bartlett. Just happened recently here. Lake Street has been closed at Park Avenue due to this collision. In Oak Lawn, a stalled freight train has a couple of intersections blocked. 94th and Cicero, and also Southwest Highway at Kilbourne. On the expressways and tollways, the overnight work at the Burn Circle is cleared, so things are looking good on the inbound Eisenhower heading into downtown. No delays to report on the expressways and tollways. There's still a little bit of road work in place here and there. Traffic service of RCN Internet Redefined. Get award-winning, super fast 155 internet and awesome digital TV as low as $55.94 per month. Plus, take TV anywhere with RCN to go. It's awesome-amazing. RCN Entertainment Redefined. 1-800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
At 5:07, it's time to have Air Comfort check your building's mechanical system. And time to check your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Jonathan Reed.
Patchy morning fog, otherwise clouds breaking for some sunshine. Today's high 69. Increasing cloudiness tonight, low 55. A shower or thunderstorm tomorrow. I'm Jonathan Reed on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 60 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Autumn Leaves Memory Care Communities, now open in Glen Ellen. Take a virtual tour at autumnleaves.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Now to the race for 2016 and to the new headline tonight involving Dr. Ben Carson and what he said about guns.
Not only would I probably not cooperate with him, I would not just stand there and let him shoot me. I would say, hey guys, everybody attack him. He may shoot me, but he can't get us all.
We have to act against those people who should not have guns in the first place.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
See?
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson.
You wear a hat like that and bad things happen, Dan.
Right.
What? Why? I mean, I know you're a nonconformist, but
What are you talking about?
you're wearing a Pittsburgh Pirates hat, Dan.
It's the playoffs.
I know, but we're Chicago and we're due. I don't know if you know this. We're due for a playoff. We're due for a postseason.
So who do you like in the division series, Pittsburgh or St. Louis?
Well, I have to go with St. St. because half of my family lives there.
Oh, at least you're conceding the underlying point.
Well, every time I go there, I have to sleep on a St. Louis pillowcase or bed sheets that, St. Louis Cardinals.
Did you see there was a crowdfunding page for Steve Bartman that was set up?
I did. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, it's up to what, 32,000 or 3,200 now? Yeah, they're trying. Pittsburgh Pirates fans were trying to get him to go to the game.
Cubs fans.
Cubs fans?
I
thought it started out with a Pittsburgh fan who wanted because they thought he was a curse to bring him to the play-in game tonight.
Well, putatively, it was Cubs fans doing a make good, but it could have been Pirates fans having fun with Cubs fans because they're easy marks, obviously.
Well,
yeah, Cubs
but
fans.
This is the Pittsburgh Pirates. This is your third straight year in the wild card. You're 0 for 2. What makes you think tonight's the night, Dan?
Well,
what's going to be different than the past 2 years?
Garrett Cole's numbers against the Cubs are very similar to Aaron Rodgers' numbers against the Bears. 8 out of 9 games that Garrett Cole has started against the Cubs, against the Cubs, the Pirates have won.
Okay, but he's going up
Sound
against
familiar, Jay Cutler fan.
Okay, Jake Arrieta, 22 wins, 6 losses.
So here's what's
ERA of 1.77, second best record in baseball.
Here's what's going to happen.
Okay, what?
So wait, second best record in baseball. You mean
As a
Jake
pitcher.
Arrieta?
Jake Arrieta.
Yeah. Here's what's going to happen.
Steve Bartman.
Andrew McCutchen is going to hit a homer in the first inning, and then the Cubs are going to fall apart and lose like 13-2.
All right, I'm writing this down. You predict 13-2.
It's just a guess.
All right, I'm predicting that
So take the over.
All right, I am predicting that we are going to win.
Are you
Ready?
a member? Are you a member of the Cubs? Are you? Do you play for the Cubs?
I do. Yeah,
you
I do.
got to
in my
catch a
dream.
flight pretty soon.
5-2. We're going to win 5-2.
Really?
I just felt it in my tingling feeling in my certain area that it's going to be 5-2. That's my prediction.
Well, we're going to ask Todd Ricketts if he plans to follow the playoffs after tonight.
That is
when he joins us at 8 o'clock.
A lot of Chicagoans, even people from the South Side, Dan, some are playing hooky today. Some are, took a vacation day to travel to Pittsburgh. A lot of people flew out yesterday. A lot more people are flying out this morning to go to Pittsburgh.
White Sox fans not going to work is not news. By the way, I don't think it has anything to do with the Cubs or the playoffs.
But a White Sox fan being a Cub fan is an anomaly.
There were several fans on our plane, actually a few.
There's going to be some great pitching, and go Cubs.
I really was never a fan of the Pirates when I was young. It's not like they were ever really good when I was younger. So
now, if you're a real Pittsburgh Pirate.
Excuse me, we are family.
Yeah?
The 1979 Pirates with Willie Stargell and Dave Parker. Do you remember young lady, one Kent DeCulvey coming out of the pen to shut it down with his photosensitive glasses that I used to wear in 6th grade?
Were those blue blade blockers before we had blue blade blockers?
They were a forerunner.
I have his poster, on my wall growing up in Mount Prospect. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If you're a real Pittsburgh Pirates fan, you'd be wearing all black today because PNC Field, they're telling all the Pittsburgh Pirates fan it's going to be a blackout. They don't want to see any blue or Cubby red or Cubby white or Cubby blue, so they want everyone to wear black.
The Pittsburgh Pirates are not the boss of me.
Oh, wow. Oh, God. Nobody's the boss of Dan.
That's
I understand that, but I'm just saying you clearly didn't get the memo that you should be wearing all black and then that little hat of yours.
I'd like to go to maybe some fans
we can get
start
some
a crowdfunding page for me to go.
Don't we have friends who have private planes who might be going to the game later today? We could just take off from Executive Airport.
You may. I don't operate in those stratospheric circles.
Back in the day.
I mean,
you
do.
I would bring Brian Biggs, who used to be the technical director. We went to some preseason games and would just seriously fly to the game, watch the game, then come back and come straight into the show.
Is that back when Salem had corporate jets available for their hosts, or what? What do you mean?
No, I had a friend who had a private plane.
Oh.
It was so fun. We'd just go off to this game, this preseason game, that game. So we're looking for sponsors. I would love to go to the game.
Yeah.
Starts at 7. We have plenty of time to get there. Now, I don't know if we drove.
Especially if you fly privately.
Yeah, because you don't have to go through security or show them your ID. But If we drove, I don't think we could make it. If we left. No, maybe if we left.
Oh, we can make it if we left right now.
Now.
Cue best of Dan and Amy. We'll pull our cash together and see if we can scalp a couple tickets.
But do you have your jersey ready, and is it clean?
I just got this jersey I've had for about 25 years. It still has some of the stains, the mustard stains from Wrigley. I can't get it out. And I decided to get my number on there, 26, and my nickname, and 26 for my favorite player, Billy Williams.
Yeah.
See?
Well, Billy Williams is a great player.
Yeah, it's a good jersey to have.
I'm still kind of struck by that young lady who's
Why?
suggesting she's a Cubs fan. The Pirates were never really good when I was growing up.
What is
were the Cubs really good when you were growing up?
No, they weren't really good. Well, we haven't been in postseason since 2008.
Yeah, how'd that go?
It didn't go too well.
Right.
Okay.
Like every postseason
I was
since
there 2003,
1908.
1998. Yeah, it's been. But this ball club seems loose. I was on the field last week, about a week and a half ago.
Sizing them up?
Yeah, sizing them up. And
Yeah.
I've never seen such a relaxed ball club. I mean, they were having fun. That Joe Madden guy, he's impressive. And he's got his little Scooby-Doo mobile, the magic machine out there parked out front.
I'll tell you what, that's not an analysis you'll hear from Peter Gammons,
No,
for example.
really. No, you won't. No, but he predicted last year at the Cubby Bear that they'd win at least 90 games, and they've won 97, and they just need to win one more.
What did he predict that would happen after they won 90 games?
I don't know.
We'll see if his prediction for the regular season is matched by my prediction for tonight.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Patchy morning fog, otherwise clouds breaking for some sun by this afternoon, a high of 70 degrees. Then tomorrow, mostly cloudy and breezy, an afternoon shower or thunderstorm, but it will be a lot warmer, a high in the upper 70s. Let's get the travel times and say hello to Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Also, you'll have the Blackhawks home tonight, raising the Stanley Cup banner. So you'll have some traffic on the west side, in addition to what's likely to be a very busy night in Wrigleyville, even though the Cubs are in Pittsburgh. Right now, we've got a closure in Bartlett of Lake Street at Park Avenue due to a crash. 8094 eastbound at Burr, there's an accident. The right lane is blocked there. Elsewhere, the expressways look pretty good. In Oak Lawn, still have a problem with a stalled freight train blocking the intersections of 94th and Cicero and of Southwest Highway in Kilbourne. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group, located in Elgin and serving all of Chicagoland.
With the change of season and the cooler weather comes many things added to your to-do list. Watch football, rake leaves, consume more cider donuts than needed, clean the gutters, make sure the furnace is ready for the Chicago cold. But there is one key item missing from your to-do list: scheduling your garage door and opener checkup. That's right, every other part of your home gets the care and attention that is required for proper performance, but your garage door is taken for granted. Before it's too late and you find yourself with a garage door that forgets how to open and close, schedule your garage door and opener checkup with House of Doors, 708-485-5000. That's 708-485-5000. Or online at houseofdoorsinc.com. Think about how much you rely on your garage door. Now is the time. Take care of it with House of Doors Garage Door Checkup, 708-485-5000. Online at houseofdoorsinc.com, where quality starts right at the door with an A rating from Angie's List.
Missing teeth can cause embarrassing gaps in your smile. They can even cause problems with chewing or talking. You probably feel self-conscious, and maybe you've been considering dental implants for a while, but you have concerns. Don't let fear stand in your way to gaining your beautiful smile back. Dr. Joel Akrush and his caring team at Artistic Dentistry understands that most people don't like to go to the dentist. For the last 23 years, Dr. Akrush has helped ease the concerns of more than 11,000 satisfied patients. He focuses on creating custom dental implants that look just like your natural teeth. The entire procedure is completed at one location with one doctor. Artistic Dentistry uses a state-of-the-art CBCT scan, which allows Dr. Akrush to customize your smile with precision planning, allowing for immediate use and quick healing. Get the smile you've always wanted. Call Artistic Dentistry now at 708-301-6060 or log on to donewithdentures.com. That's donewithdentures.com. Artistic Dentistry, serving the south and southwest suburbs for more than 23 years.
AM 560, The Answer.
Get a couple of texts from hopeless romantic Cubs fans. Actually, this one I agree. It's text from 708. I'm a Sox fan for the Cubs. I'm a Joe Madden fan. I'm a Joe Madden fan, too, even though the last time the Sox were in the playoffs,
2005?
2008.
Oh, yeah, sure.
That Tampa Bay knocked them out 3-1. The Joe Madden managed
That's right.
Tampa Bay Rays at the time. It was very hurtful what Joe Madden did
Oh my
to me.
gosh. Let me know when you get over it, okay?
Yeah, 2005. That was the World Series.
I know. I was there in the locker room wondering what in the world did I do right to get this gig. It
Yeah.
was fun.
How
Went
about
from
that?
covering murders to covering that. It was awesome.
So that was you kind of bookended it. So you cover the 1908 World Series that the Cubs
Exactly.
won, and then
This
the
is
2005.
Botox.
Yeah, I mean it's a nice career
And
you had in
Genucel, yes.
broadcasting. Text from 815. Ann B. Davis's bowling ball, of course. Look at Chris Bryant's home road splits. He has almost more strikeouts on the road than at bats. Yeah.
Wow.
Don't
God, haters are going to hate.
Don't expect too many runs to be scored, but probably from both teams.
Again, it's going to be 5-2.
5-2 for
Cubs.
the Cubs. That's your
Yeah.
prediction. And,
And you-
mine is a super fans like prediction of 13-2 for the Pirates. Okay.
I wrote it down, just so you know.
All right. Well, we'll see.
It's in the notebook over here.
T-minus
T-minus,
14
yeah.
hours. A couple of records to set straight here. This from Politico, that right-wing rag Politico. So you don't have to believe it because, it's just right-wing conspiracy theories about good people like Joe Biden. The whole Joe Biden, his son's dying wish is for him to run for president.
Mm-hmm. That tugged at my heartstrings, that
Mhm.
made me actually care. Yes.
That's still ongoing as the rationale for him to run as he prepares to enter the race. Yeah, Joe Biden leaked that story himself, according to Politico.
Uh-oh.
Uh-huh. It was Biden who talked to Maureen Dowd, who leaked the story. Maureen Dowd, of course, the New York Times columnist, painting a tragic portrait of a dying son, Beau's face partially paralyzed, sitting his father down and trying to make him promise to run for president because, quote, per the story, the White House should not revert to the Clintons and that the country would be better off with Biden values. I mean, the phrase Biden values is right up there with Rahm's Chicago values. You can, boy, I would love to hear a definition of Biden values. That's my first question when Joe Biden enters the race. What was Beau talking about when you had that conversation and he referenced Biden values? What are those values? So in truth, as Politico observes, Biden effectively placed an ad in the New York Times asking them to call, and Maureen Dowd picked up the phone and then published the column that has provided this rather melodramatic backdrop for a possible Biden presidential run. So, yeah, I mean, I'm not disputing the tragedy of losing his son, and I don't want to make light of that. But I am making light of the cynical nature of politicians like Joe Biden. And don't ever forget that, especially somebody who's been in Washington for 40 years, if you don't think they look at everything that happens in their life through a political prism, then I refer you to this Politico story.
What do they say? Never let a tragedy go to waste? I mean,
Well,
is that what he did here?
That must be a Biden value because never let a good crisis go to waste is Rahm's Chicago value. So, they're competing value systems.
Yeah, but now he's
And
fighting
both-
back. He's upset. I mean, Biden's office fired back at that Politico reporter. They called it false and offensive. So
Mhm.
Who do I believe, Dan? That's the question.
Yeah,
You're saying it never happened.
Like I said, I don't know. Who do you believe? Do you believe an outlet that is otherwise going to tend to be in the tank for the left, for the Democrats like Joe Biden, or do you believe someone who has done everything from a political posture for the last 40 years and wants to run for president and has done it twice before? I don't know.
So he was just feeling the waters, seeing how the American public would respond if he leaked this story and see if there'd be, an overflow of sympathy and maybe people lining up behind him because they want him to be president. Because he's just like us. He goes through the same pain, just like us who have lost loved ones.
It was a soft launch for the campaign. That's what it was.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what it was. So there's Joe Biden for you. That'll be excitement. Hillary's values versus Biden's values versus Bernie's socialism versus... Whew, boy, lot to offer the country the Democrats have. And then there's this, speaking of the Democrats, Hillary's moral indignation, she kind of got all
which
hot
Hillary?
and bothered.
We had funny Hillary yesterday.
No,
This
not,
is not
not
that.
funny. This is not funny Hillary.
Is
No,
it crying Hillary or
No,
angry?
no,
I have
no.
funny here, crying, and angry.
This is Kung Fu Grip Hillary that appeared on the Today Show to heap moral scorn on the GOP thanks to Kevin McCarthy's inopportune comments about the Benghazi committee. But it's an interesting point that was actually brought up by an emailer to the show yesterday when we played Hillary's new ad about, kind of trying to leverage the Benghazi.
Mm-hmm.
So she's got a new 30-second ad up
Oh,
there.
and by the way, Andrea Mitchell, who's featured in that ad, said she was not asked her permission by Hillary's campaign to use her image and her voice.
So what? I mean, certainly she...
she just came out saying, I'm not in the tank for Hillary,
Oh,
guys.
no,
Not
no,
at all.
no.
We're not friends or anything. We don't get Manny's and Petties together.
No,
No.
Mrs. Greenspan would never do something
No.
like that. No, of course not. She didn't ask to use my voice or likeness, but I have no problem with it. She just didn't ask. And why do you need to ask when you're drinking buddies, Val and Hillary and
Andrea,
the gang. But in terms of the Benghazi committee, she has one person to blame for the creation of that committee, and that person is the president she served as Secretary of State. One President Obama. This is the view asserted by Eli Lake in Bloomberg, and his point is the special committee was created well before Clinton had announced her presidential bid. It was also created before anyone knew that she used a personal email account in private service, Secretary of State. On top of that, House GOP leadership resisted the idea up until it was of a committee, up until it was revealed in April 2014 that the Obama administration had withheld smoking gun emails from the House Oversight Committee. Boehner resisted the creation of the committee for 18 months, notes Lake in his report. It was only because of an email sent by frankly, the administration's Deputy Strategic Communications Advisor, Ben Rhodes, that essentially undermined the video that created the spontaneous demonstration story, that this started to become a snowball rolling downhill. So it was the Obama administration, the administration she was a part of, while she was a part of it, that ultimately gave rise to this Benghazi committee that she thinks is just political, because Kevin McCarthy seemed to indicate it was just political. So they have the point is to say this is all self-inflicted wounds. This is very much like the Democrats complaining about Willie Horton in 1988, when it was Al Gore who found Willie Horton and tried to use Willie Horton against President Clinton in the primary. So there you go. The record straight on the lying, conniving Democrat candidates for president.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, like the economy, education, foreign policy, lying Democrats. And on this show, because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website, along with the Illinois Opportunity Project, called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info to enlighten the discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. We broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions at Upstream. We challenge accepted orthodoxies and debunk the faulty premises that inform some of the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. We'll ask, why are the conditions the way they are, and how can those conditions be improved? So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You can find out why the number 47 is important to you as an Illinois resident today. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new info and fresh perspectives to spur you to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
The creator of Dilbert explains why Donald Trump is a purposeful, masterful communicator and will win the presidency.
And were Ben Carson's comments honest or offensive, we'll discuss at the top of the 6th. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Outside, we have cloudy skies and 56 degrees. An Associated Press investigation this morning is revealing gangs with Russian ties are shopping radioactive material in Eastern Europe and looking for customers from Middle East extremist groups. Authorities have been working with the FBI to interrupt attempts by gangs looking for buyers. Search continues by sea and air for signs of anyone who may have survived the sinking of the El Faro, the 790-foot U.S. container ship that went down in the Bahamas during Hurricane Joaquin. Crews in Columbia, South Carolina are working to fix a massive hole in the canal that holds the city's drinking water supply. South Carolina's governor says 14 are dead as the result of massive flooding in her state.
Up and started to see the damages after the water has come down. And what I saw was disturbing. And it is hard to look at the loss that we are going to have.
The power grid has returned to normal, 30,000 customers back with electricity. The 2015 Nobel Prize in Chemistry awarded this morning.
The Royal Swedish Academy of Sciences has decided to award the 2015 Nobel Prize in Chemistry jointly to Thomas Lindahl, Paul Modrich, and Aziz Sanyar for mechanistic studies of DNA repair.
Modrich is a Duke University professor. Doctors Without Borders demanding an independent fact-finding mission into the U.S. airstrike on a hospital in Kunduz, Afghanistan. White House spokesman Josh Earnest says military officials go to great lengths to prevent civilian casualties in warfare.
That stands in pretty stark contrast to the strategy that is extremists in Afghanistan. Extremists regularly claim credit for operations that target civilian populations.
Such a fact-finding mission, by the way, would be launched under the Geneva Convention. A teacher strike continues in McHenry County, District 156. Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy faces tough questions at a budget hearing from aldermen who've called on him to step down. This happened one day after McCarthy's second in command, Alfonso Weisinger, said he would retire. Chicago Teachers Union President Karen Lewis is planning to run for re-election in May. She had been serving in that position since winning a runoff against incumbent Marilyn Stewart in 2010. Cook County plans to demolish 7 buildings this year on the campus of the Oak Forest Health Center in the south suburbs. And the director of collections at Chicago's Field Museum has died while doing research in Ethiopia. The museum announcing 58-year-old Bill Stanley died after suffering a heart attack while checking trap lines during field work on small African mammals. Chicago sports. Last night in the NBA preseason, Bulls beat Milwaukee 105-95. There's plenty of baseball tonight as the Pirates take on the Cubs in the NL play-in contest. The game will determine who heads to St. Louis to face the Cardinals. Last night, the Astros blanked the Yankees in the American League play-in game 3-0. The news, a service of Nicola by LaCroix. Sprinkle the sparkle in and delight in the new fizz of 100% sparkling water, LaCroix Nicola. Find all the flavor of traditional colas without sweetener, calories, or guilt. Clean, crisp, clear, and smart. Nicola by LaCroix, made for you. Available at Jewel. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity isn't going to miss Speaker Boehner.
I started to get mad at crybaby Boehner over the weekend. Oh, false prophets, unrealistic, never had a chance to defund Obamacare. And then I just stood back and realized, okay, you're the one that is the crybaby, and you're the one that failed in your position, not me, so I don't really want to hear it.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5, on AM 560. The Answer.
Saturday, be there when the Chicago Wolves open their season at home on October 10th against the Milwaukee Admirals. For more info, visit ChicagoWolves.com. Chicago Wolves, hungry for more.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you wanted to purchase a home after filing bankruptcy or when your home was foreclosed, you called me and I helped you. When you tried to purchase a home you couldn't afford, you called me and I advised you to purchase a less expensive home. If you want to talk with me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email David at PERLDavid.com. That's David at PERLDavid.com, or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
536. Let's get an update on your ride around town in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. There's some pretty dense fog south of Chicago, especially south of I-80 and also into Indiana. Allow following distance. There is a crash to the northwest in Bartlett, Lake Street at Park Avenue, and Lake Street is closed there. Edens, Kennedy, Eisenhower still looking good. Inbound Stevenson, it's heavy approaching Cicero. There's a crash just past Cicero on the right shoulder. Inbound Ryan, we've got a 4-minute delay from the Stevenson into downtown. Bishop Ford inbound, crash just reported at 130th, and it's slow from Cottage Grove to the merge. Traffic is a service of Cabela's. Gear up at Cabela's Ultimate Outfitter Sale. Find great deals like 30% off Cabela's MTO 50 Camo Rainwear and 20% off select men's and women's base layers. Shop in-store at Hoffman Estates and Hammond, Indiana, or online at Cabela's.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. There will be patchy morning fog today. Clouds will break for sunshine later, high 69. Clouds on the increase overnight, low 55. 60 at O'Hare, 59 along the lakefront. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
Joe Walsh here. This Saturday, October 10th, join me at my house. Everybody's invited. Go to walshfreedom.com for all the details. Freedom returns at 5.
Dan and Amy. So, Sideshow Donald sat down with Brett Baer, our friend Brett Baer, Fox News Channel Special Report.
Saw it
Yesterday, and I thought a very interesting part of the conversation that we had talked about on this show a while back, but then now is being brought back up, is Trump's views on eminent domain. Why is this relevant? This is an esoteric issue.
Not really.
It goes to private property rights.
Yeah, and didn't he try to get the government to take over a house near his casino that he wanted to build in Atlantic City?
Yes.
And he...
Vera Koking's house. That's
yes.
exactly right. And in addition to that, he supports one of, well, certainly let me think. There's so many bad ones. I'll just say one of the worst Supreme Court decisions of the last 50 years. And that was the Kalo decision, which essentially suggested that units of government can conspire with private interests to seize other people's property if they collectively decide that they have a higher, better economic use for that person's property. That was the Kalo decision. So, this is not about putting in a highway, right? So not kind of the traditional public good where you use eminent domain and then it was contemplated by the Constitution. This is something wholly different where you're using the government to decide whether your property is more economically valuable to everybody with the use you've decided for it, like owning a home, versus Donald Trump or some real estate developer coming in and saying, no, it'd be better if this was a parking lot for my casino, and I need your house to go away so I can build that parking lot. Here's Trump talking to Bret Baier on this issue of eminent domain.
What do you think of eminent domain?
Well, I think eminent domain is wonderful if you're building a highway and you need to build, as an example, a highway and you're going to be blocked by a or in some cases it's a holdout. Just so you understand, nobody knows this better than I do because I built a lot of buildings in Manhattan, and you'll have 12 sites and you'll get 11 and you'll have the one holdout and you end up building around them and everything else. Okay, so I know it better than anybody. I think eminent domain for massive projects, for instance, you're going to create thousands of jobs and you have somebody that's in the way and you pay that person far more. Don't forget, eminent domain, they get a lot of money. And you need a house in a certain location because you're going to build this massive development that's going to employ thousands of people, or you're going to build a factory that without this little house, you can't build the factory. I think eminent domain is fine. Now,
yeah, without this little house, you can't build a factory, or in Trump's case, a casino resort development.
Right. It'd make money, and big guy stomping out the little guy. That house is that woman's life. I mean, she has a lot of emotions and history tied to that little shack that he was trying to take over.
It's private property rights, the cornerstone of a free society. And what you heard Donald Trump say there is that he has no respect for private property rights.
No, he doesn't care.
That if he comes up with a higher, better use, he is happy to employ the government. And he's talked about employing the government all the time, all these politicians that he buys and sells. And I understand that's true. It doesn't make it right. He is happy to use the government to take your property away from you. Is that a problem for Trump supporters?
312-642-5600. And he acts like, I know this firsthand about eminent domain. No, our family, we know firsthand what eminent domain is. We had my grandpa came here to this country with a bag and $20. And he went to Amundsen High School. He got his high school diploma, never went to college, and worked in the tool and die industry and had a beautiful building at Toohey in Milwaukee. And Niles came in and they wanted that property, so they condemned it and said it wasn't safe.
So they took over.
It's the Public Works building now. So they wanted that land. They wanted that building. So they just say, this is how much we're going to give you for it. Not how much it's worth, not even close, just a fourth of what the property was worth. And that was that. Well, and we tried to fight it. It's, David versus Goliath.
And Trump makes the point in that discussion with Baier that, they're highly compensated in these cases.
They're not. We weren't. We got nothing.
Sometimes a private actor will come in, but the problem now is with the Kalo decision, you don't have to overcompensate to incentivize someone to sell their property. And then in the case where you have truly a public good, again, using the classic case of the highway for illustrative purposes, what is contemplated in the Constitution is for government to be able to do that, but you have to provide fair market compensation for doing so. And sometimes, as apparently in your case, that is in dispute. Dennis in Crystal Lake.
Hey, Dan, Amy.
Hey.
Oh, Amy. I know where you stand, Amy. You're just a man basher, but let's go to Dan.
Yeah, I love to bash men.
I also hate that.
Hey, Dan, can you tell me what this Republican Congress, anybody that's running for president right now, Rubio, besides Cruz, Rubio and all them other guys that were in Congress, Senate, or whatever, which voted in favor of giving Obama the right to negotiate a treaty and turn it upside down. They voted to cut the retirees' pay in the military. The Republicans, every single Republican in the House voted for it in Illinois. And tell me what the Republicans of any kind of politician, Democrat or Republican, has done for us. Why do you keep bashing Trump?
Well, so Dennis, two things. One, you said besides Cruz. Well, I'm not going to give you besides Cruz because you have Cruz in the race, and he's competitive in the race.
No. Cruz is the one that held out.
Well, I understand. So besides Cruz, I'm not going to give you besides Cruz because he's a legitimate candidate for president. So I'll point to Ted Cruz, number one. Number two, this isn't about hating Trump. I mean, generally speaking, do I find him to be a witless ape? Yes, I do. But this is a substantive question about a policy position that he has, that he advocates for, and that he has pursued in his private business. So forget whether I like or dislike Trump. What about the substance of the matter? Should a developer be able to come in and take your home because he wants to build a casino and use the government to do it? I don't think so. And I would say that whether it's Donald Trump or Ted Cruz.
No, they shouldn't. Hey, but Dan, can you tell me all the Republicans that have ran in the last 4 years and promised the moon to us? Promised the moon to us. They haven't given nothing to us. I at least want to try something else.
I understand. Thanks for the call, Dennis. I mean, I understand the frustration with the current balance of power, but I just to go back again to highlight why I think Donald Trump is not the response and not the proper vehicle for that frustration. Just switching gears, this is a fascinating interview that Scott Adams, who's the creator of Dilbert, the Dilbert cartoon. Do you read the Dilbert cartoon?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Yeah.
I have.
You've heard of cartoons or you've heard of Dilbert?
Because you were just talking about it.
Yeah. That's how you just heard about it right now.
No, I've heard about it.
So he gave this interview with Reason Magazine about Trump. And so here's for those people who think, oh, we just hate on Trump. Here's an interpretation of Trump that suggests because of his masterful communication skills, which Scott Adams, per this hypnosis class that he took, Scott Adams, he's a little, he's a cartoonist.
Have you ever been hypnotized?
No.
Do you think it would work on you?
No.
Okay. Look into this clock.
Right. Watch it, and cluck like a chicken. But Scott Adams, listen to what he has to say about Trump. Now, he's maybe a little bit off-center, but he's a cartoonist. So, of course, he's a little bit off-center. But he's very sharp, and it's kind of an interesting theory he comes up with, suggesting all of this is very purposeful.
What I see in Trump is a set of skills that are so deep and so exquisite, it would be hard for me to imagine anybody beating him. And so I've predicted he'll go all the way and win the presidency.
Here's how he describes Donald Trump.
I'm saying I see a flamethrower. I think the flamethrower guy wins in the stick fight.
He's the flamethrower in a stick fight. I would agree that that's usually how it works. Here's one of the examples he gives talking about the techniques that Trump uses, how this is not just somebody bloviating, that he sees very purposeful communication strategies in what Trump offers.
The idea of the master wizard hypothesis says that there are some people in the world, living people, who are masters of persuasion. They've got a linguistic gift for influencing people, and they're using actual technique. What I saw in Trump was someone who was highly trained, and that a lot of the things that the media were reporting as sort of random insults and bluster and just Trump being Trump looked to me like a lot of deep technique that I recognize from the fields of hypnosis and persuasion.
And one of the examples he gives, he calls the linguistic kill shot, which he describes, Scott Adams describes, as an engineered set of words that changes an argument or ends it so decisively that it's a kill shot. One of the ones Donald Trump used was referring to Bush as a low-energy guy or Carly Fiorina as a robot. All these have the same quality, says Adams. They're words you haven't heard in the political realm before, so they're sort of virginal words without any baggage, but they also perfectly fit. They weren't random insults. Once you hear it, you can never get it out of your mind. That's how powerful it is. And, I mean, I think this is a kind of an interesting way to try and take Donald Trump and fit him into some kind of academic construct. But I think Adams does have a point. I mean, think about Jeb Bush as low energy, right? And then Trump in the debate. Hey, if your energy's up today, that's better. And it marginalizes Jeb. It does make him look lethargic at a time when the Republicans are desirous of kind of vibrant, energetic leadership.
And then when he does act tough, he was talking about, we're going to put on our big boy pants and take down Trump because he was ripping on Marco Rubio. And he said his response to his reporters was, Marco Rubio, he can put on his big boy pants and help. Who uses the term big boy pants anymore? I mean, it's like saying a onesie or footy pajamas. I mean, it was a bad visual. When he tried to look tough, obviously he can't be.
So that's one example. He also Scott Adams talks about linguistic judo. I like to refer to it as jiu-jitsu, but this is kind of different. This is sort of the same thing. One interviewer said Trump was kind of a whiner, and instead of Trump saying, no, I'm not a whiner, Trump embraced it, like judo, took the force of the label, he used it to essentially say, yeah, I'm a whiner, and I'm going to continue to whine until we change and make America great. So he turned whiner from an insult into, yeah, I'm whining to make America great again. It's just little things like that, whether it's just intuitive or it's purposeful. I think there's something to that. Adams also talks about how Trump uses vagueness as a tool. I'm going to make America great again. We're going to win. We're going to win. We're going to win. And whatever you consider winning, you just impute to fill in the blanks that Trump leaves. And now Trump's not the only politician that does that, but I think that is a communication technique. Frankly, what was hope and change? It was we're gonna you think the country's on the wrong track. We're going to re-imbue your life with hope because I'm going to bring change, and that's necessarily going to be positive. We'll fill in the blanks later, and a lot of people bought it. They bought it twice. So it's just a very interesting interview. I'd encourage people to watch the Scott Adams interview. The last thing he talks about is how, and this is very important just in terms of the audience, talks about how people are basically meat robots. Listen to this.
In my book, How to Fail at Almost Everything and Still Win Big, I write about the moist robot idea. It's the idea that humans are essentially robots that are made of meat. In that world, emotion and influence and all the techniques that Trump uses are really the only things that explain what's happening in the world. Reason will never be a satisfying explanation of what you see.
I think there's right, and I think this is something Republicans get wrong all the time, that it can't just be logic and reason, a dry recitation of the facts or data points. There has to be an emotional quality to communicating why you're going to do or want to do what you say you want to do. What's why, the why question, and then even emotional qualities to the what and the how, and frankly to the fact that. Or to the point that reason is not enough is, I think, why we're sliding towards Gomorrah, but it doesn't make it untrue.
If I were the man I was 5 years ago, I'd take a flamethrower to this place.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, some clouds breaking for some sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 69. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Lakeshore Drive southbound is jammed. Belmont to past Fullerton, there's a crash. 3 left lanes are blocked. It's at least a 10-minute delay. On the inbound side of the Eisenhower, just a little heavy past Manheim, about a 2-minute delay there. Inbound Stevenson, a 4-minute delay from before Cicero to Kedzie. Ryan has a 6-minute delay coming into downtown. Bishop Ford, about a 7-minute delay starting past 130th. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
If you're a small business owner, you know that image is everything. This is Dina, manager of Aunt D's Slots and Wine Bar in Hickory Hills. As an upscale venue, our clients expect a clean and presentable business. After a year of heavy traffic, our carpet really showed the stains from numerous wine tastings and special events that we couldn't clean ourselves. We called Executive Green Carpet Cleaning when we heard about their no-risk guarantee, promising that we would be happy or we wouldn't need to pay. They scheduled a time convenient for us, not what fit their calendar. Executive Green used their own purified water and non-toxic solution. It left the carpet residue-free and even took wine stains out we thought were permanent. If you're a small business owner looking to clean carpet, upholstery, tile, and more, call Executive Green Carpet Cleaning.
Call 708-599-5151. That's 708-599-5151. Or visit executivegreencarpetcleaning.com. That's executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I was on thyroid medicine for 5 years. I have completely got off of it, and all my blood work came back excellent.
It does a lot of good for me because I feel it works. The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
You own a European auto and you love it. Style and performance, it's not a car. You own a special engineering work of art. I know, because I own one too. This is Dan Proft for Midwest Performance Cars. Through the month of October, Midwest Performance Cars will do a $39 winter prep inspection on your European car. A $39 winter prep inspection. And they'll top off all your fluids. That's a $125 value for just $39. Through October only. Drop off your European car, and they'll give you transportation to work. Call them at 312-432-9492. That's 312-432-9492. They know your car and love it as much as you do. Midwest Performance Cars specializes in repairs and maintenance of European autos, including Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, and Land Rover. How good are they? Go ahead, read the Google and Yelp reviews. Located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. MidwestPerformanceCars.com, the dealer alternative and expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
You are a sign business, you want to grow, and you want to make more money. So do I. I want to partner with you. This is Dave Carlson, and my sign company is Franco Carlson & Company. We've been doing business in Chicago since 1894. With millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment, we can do any job. Trade shows, bus and vehicle wraps, banners for special events, even custom wallpaper. We can help you expand your sign business. If there is an order, any order, or a piece of business that you don't have the capabilities to do yourself, we can do it with you. You don't have to turn away any sign or print business any longer. Speed and quality to meet your deadlines. You have my word on that. Expand your sign business. Take any order. Make more money. Become a partner with Franco Carlson & Company. Contact me for a quote or stop by for a tour of our shop. Franco Carlson & Company. We are the sign company's partner.
Call Franco Carlson & Company at 773-847-6900. 773-847-6900.
This is Amy Jacobson, and I want to thank all the AM 560 listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever. But that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It's so important to get a great night's sleep. I can't live without mine. I even take it on vacations. It's American made, and when it gets dirty, just throw it in the washer and dryer. No need to take it to an expensive dry cleaner. So don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies, and more. Plus, MyPillow is washable and keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code AMY. Do it now, 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code AMY, 800-489-0201.
It's easy to take your commercial HVAC system for granted. It's always there, keeping your building comfortably warm or cool. Until you have a system failure. With another unforgiving Chicago winter just around the corner, now's the time to have a comprehensive review of your mechanical HVAC system. And you don't want just anyone. You want Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical professionals. For over 80 years, Air Comfort has delivered its customers the best trained and highly skilled team of award-winning technicians. That's why Air Comfort is recognized as STAR certified by the MSCA, a designation achieved by only 2% of contractors nationwide. nationwide. With a service fleet of more than 80 fully equipped vehicles, chances are that an Air Comfort technician is nearby. Schedule your system check by calling now, 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Ben Carson generously appears on The View to explain to those man-hating shrews big people problems.
And was his comments about the Oregon shooting honest or offensive? Is he fit to lead? We'll discuss. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching today. Police Superintendent McCarthy on the hot seat and says he'll stay. CTU President Karen Lewis plans to run for re-election. Cubs face the Pirates in the NL Wild Card game. Complete look at weather after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Times, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. It'll be another day with no rain in South Carolina, but the flooding may not be over yet.
Dam breaches are something that are still a threat all over the area, several of which the city is monitoring this morning. And of course, this is such an urgent matter in this area because if other dams breach, we know more flash flooding is possible and could mean more evacuations.
That's Ashley Manelli with Fox Carolina in Columbia. The historic rain and floods have left 17 dead in the Carolinas. Hundreds remain in shelters.
This is all we own. What we got on us now is all we own.
The floods have also knocked out running water for tens of thousands. Some 300,000 others are urged to boil any water before using it. There's new concern about nuclear materials sold on the black market. The AP reports the FBI and authorities in Eastern Europe have interrupted 4 attempts in the past 5 years by gangs with suspected Russian ties that wanted to sell the radioactive material to Middle East extremists. ISIS has been trying to build so-called dirty bombs. A second data company is now involved in the probe into Hillary Clinton's private emailing while Secretary of State. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Fox News has learned a second tech company was hired to back up data from Clinton's server, raising more questions about who had access to sensitive information and about whether the FBI is getting its hands on any of the messages Clinton said were personal and were deleted. Meanwhile, Fox has also learned the emails show Clinton rejected an olive branch from Muammar Gaddafi's son during the height of the Arab Spring in 2011. Saeed Gaddafi offered to talk peace from the ground in Libya, but a source says the then Secretary of State turned that offer down. Dave.
Rachel, they're rivals in basketball, but a Duke University professor and one from North Carolina are sharing the Nobel Prize for Chemistry.
This year's prize is about the cell's toolbox for repairing DNA.
Goran Hansson with the Nobel Committee, Paul Modrich and Aziz Sansar will share the prize with Swedish scientist Thomas Lindahl. Their work is helping develop new cancer treatments. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Mostly cloudy skies, 59 degrees, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A teacher strike continues in McHenry, keeping students out of the classroom for a 5th day. There were negotiations scheduled for last evening. The District 156 board did report that any tentative contract must be approved by the Teachers Association before school resumes, so school would not be able to reopen today if they had reached an agreement. Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy facing tough questions at a budget hearing from aldermen who've called on him to step down. The chief fielding questions on overtime, crime rates, and minority hiring during a department budget hearing, telling reporters afterwards he's not going anywhere.
Eventually, I will be out of this job, but I'm not going to do it in the very near future. Too much work to do. We've come too far.
Mayor Rahm Emanuel saying he's standing by McCarthy. A day earlier, officials announced McCarthy's second in command would retire. Chicago Teachers Union President Karen Lewis planning to run for re-election in May. Lewis had been serving in the position since winning a runoff election against incumbent Marilyn Stewart in 2010. More than half of Chicago public schools will not have as much money to operate with this year because they have fewer students. This is the first year CPS is cutting money from schools based on actual enrollments. The FAA proposing a fine of nearly $2 million for an aerial photography company that flew drones over Chicago and New York without permission. Skypan flew 65 unauthorized flights through crowded airspace. The curtain rises on the NHL season with 4 games tonight, including your Stanley Cup champion Chicago Blackhawks at home, raising a championship banner before tonight's game against New York. Meantime, the Pirates, well, they've been there before. The Cubs haven't made it in a while. The two teams meet in a wild card contest this evening. The game will determine who heads to St. Louis to take on the Cardinals next. Cubs send out Cy Young candidate Jake Arrieta. Last night in the NBA preseason, Bulls beat Milwaukee 105-95, 23 each for Jimmy Butler and Doug McDermott. The news service of Gerber Collision and Glass. It's all about you. They offer a national lifetime warranty and have hours to fit your busy schedule. Stop by one of nearly 60 Chicagoland locations to see why Gerber comes so highly recommended. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
We are raising a country of sissies.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's scary because these kids are going to be adults one day. Every single day, we move away from freedom and individual responsibility. And every single day we do that, we move closer to a country full of only government dependency.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Your local pharmacist is also a Health Mart pharmacist, and they're not like other pharmacists.
After Mom's surgery, I was overwhelmed, but I was so relieved. Her Health Mart pharmacist was there to help. They explained her medication and even delivered to her house. Mom got the personal service she needed, and I got something even better. Peace of mind.
Visit healthmart.com to find a locally owned Health Mart pharmacy near you. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
How do you stay connected to your business when your work has you traveling from Miami on Monday to Tacoma on Tuesday? You call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. Regis offers drop-in business lounges, meeting rooms, and office space in more than 3,000 locations worldwide, allowing you to work from anywhere at any time, all on your terms. Call Regis today at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
6:06, time to take comfort with Air Comfort. And time to check the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Fog is a real factor, especially south of Chicago and east. Visibilities are reduced. We are not seeing any significant flight delays at O'Hare or Midway. South side, there's a multi-alarm fire, 64th and Woodlawn. In Oak Lawn, a stalled freight train still has two intersections blocked, 94th and Cicero, and Southwest Highway Kilbourne. Southbound Lakeshore Drive has pretty heavy delays due to a crash near Fullerton. This crash has 3 left lanes blocked. Delays start before Belmont. Edens is fine. The Kennedy's still looking good. Inbound Eisenhower, about a 3-minute delay from Manheim to First Avenue. The Stevenson till Central to Kedzie, 38 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Farther south, there are delays, 126 to Weber with a crash in the left lane. Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. There's a crash past 95th. That's in the right lane. The eastbound Adams Tollway has delays. The crash at Roselle Road. Actually, it's a stall. Right lane blocked there. Traffic service of Massage Envy. At Massage Envy Spa, they know there's nothing like relaxation. That's why their first-time guests can relax with a customized massage for only $49.99 or facial for only $59.99. Schedule today at Massage Envy Spa. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
And Jim is right on. Some very heavy and dense fog has developed over northwest Indiana, parts of Chicago's Southland, and we'll keep our eyes on that this morning as Chicago's Morning Answer gets set to come your way next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast comes from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Jonathan Reed.
Patchy morning fog, otherwise clouds breaking for some sunshine. Today's high 69. Cloudy tonight, low 55. A shower or thunderstorm tomorrow, high 76. I'm Jonathan Reed on AM 560, The Answer.
58 at O'Hare. Next news at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Midwest Performance Cars. Expert maintenance and repair on European autos. The dealer alternative. MidwestPerformanceCars.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Now to the race for 2016 and to the new headline tonight involving Dr. Ben Carson and what he said about guns.
Not only would I
probably not cooperate with them, I would not just stand there and let them shoot me. I would say, hey guys, everybody attack him. He may shoot me, but he can't get us all.
We have to act against those people who should not have guns in the first place.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning. What up, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. A couple hours we'll have Todd Ricketts, part of the Cubs ownership group, on the phone.
And you'll take off that silly hat, right?
No, I think we'll introduce him with a little We Are Family.
Oh, okay.
Recalling the golden era of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Sister Sledge, you remember?
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
Ben Carson in some surveys has effectively pulled even with Donald Trump, and he's in second position in Iowa and New Hampshire to Trump. And he was making the rounds on the talk shows. He was on Fox and Friends yesterday. He deigned to do intellectual damage to himself by going on The View. And he covered a wide range of topics in both of those interviews, starting with what he thought about what happened in Oregon and the response.
Yeah, he said that the Oregon shooting victims didn't do enough to save themselves. And that if he had been there, he would have been more aggressive in confronting the attacker. And, well, let's let you hear it first.
In the book of Proverbs, it says, without a vision, the people perish. We can't give away who we are and what we stand for and what our vision is.
But Dr. Carson, if a gunman walks up and puts a gun at you and says, what religion are you? That is the ultimate test of your faith.
I'm glad you asked that question, because not only would I probably not cooperate with them, I would not just stand there and let him shoot me. I would say, hey guys, everybody attack him. He may shoot me, but he can't get us all.
Oh, when I heard that, I for the first time, I just cringed because I seemed very dismissive to those who died. He wasn't in the room, so he didn't know what was going on. And I think Ben Carson's in some trouble this morning. 312-642-5600. I mean, of course, we always ask the question.
I don't think so.
My kids asked me that question. Why didn't they attack him? Why were they so compliant? Why did they get in line and, systematically answer the question instead of kicking him or, punching him in the eyes or just hitting him with a chair? I mean, do you think was this offensive to you?
It wasn't offensive to me. I know he's being excoriated for quote unquote victim blaming. I don't think that's what he was doing whatsoever. I mean, especially a devout Christian like Ben Carson. I think he appreciates the courage it took to do what those people who were murdered because they're Christians did. And we don't know the circumstances. I mean, I don't know that I would have chosen to make those comments, but I don't interpret them the way that the left wants us to interpret them, which is the victim blaming.
I'm not victim blaming. It was offensive to me.
Why is it offensive to you? Because you're suggesting he's blaming the victims.
Well, that they could have done more, but we weren't in that room, Dan.
Well, that's right.
Don't know.
We don't know.
And I love Ben Carson. I don't think he's fit to be president. I've said that before, but that just took me back a little where I just cringed.
Why he's not fit to be president? Because why?
He's too nice. Okay, and I can't see him on the world stage because he has no prior experience, and that's.
Yeah, it's not like he was an Illinois state senator.
Here. Yeah, probably.
But with respect to Carson, I think one, because I agree with you, we don't know the circumstances. We don't know kind of logistically where the shootings occurred, how they occurred. Was it in groups? Did he corner individuals? I just don't know, and so I would hesitate to make comments about this specifically. Generally speaking, though, the idea that in a circumstance of this sort, that you would say to everybody, let's go get him as a group. Yeah. I mean, that reminds me of Todd Beamer, United 93. Let's roll. Getting people together and let's go do this. And it's obviously a risky proposition, but we either do this together or we die individually. I don't have a problem with that philosophically. I am not blaming the victims and how they responded. I don't think any of us are in a position to do that, not legitimately.
Yeah.
But I don't think that's what Carson was doing. I just think that I would have chosen my words more carefully, or I would have chosen different words than he chose.
He was on with Megyn Kelly last night and kind of doubled down, saying that if this happens again, we should try to do what we can so that so many people don't get killed. He was trying to further explain himself and what he meant. And I don't, I think his heart's in the right place, but playing Monday morning quarterback after a mass shooting never really works.
Well,
I mean, don't you think the victims and the survivors are saying the same thing? You know, what we could have done more, what could we have done? And then you have the hero who came in and took 7 bullets, survived, and he tried to take him down. And then that's when the shootout with police happened, and eventually he killed himself.
Yeah, I mean, again, all of those circumstances are kind of unknown or certainly vague at this point. They're cloudy in terms of what actually happened, and so I wouldn't presume to go in that space. I think it was a more general statement that he used in more general intention, but he chose the Oregon-specific incident to do it, and I just think it didn't come off quite how he intended. But I don't think, I mean, the idea what the left wants us to believe, the idea that Ben Carson is blaming people who were murdered because they affirmatively answered they were Christian, knowing, particularly after the first one, that they were going to be murdered, that Ben Carson is somehow blaming them. I just find that to be absurd.
Expected him to say, I am a Christian. I believe in Jesus and in God because of the hashtag I am a Christian, which he started, right after the shooting. He put a hashtag up on Twitter and social media, and it took off like wildfire, hashtag I'm a Christian. That's what I expected him to say. So when he said that, Dan, that's when I went, ooh, I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, but I mean, that's to the point. That's evidence to suggest what his intention was. The fact that he did the selfie and he did the hashtag campaign, that was obviously in support of what those victims did, not kind of questioning what they didn't do. Ken in Plano, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Good.
I just wanted to comment on Amy. She said that, I don't think he was disrespecting any of them. I work in a school district, and we get trained by police every year about stupid school shooting and stuff like that. As long as schools are going to be gun-free zones, you're going to have idiots that come there with guns and do crap like this. But they teach us that if we're ever involved in a situation like that, not to lay down, not to cooperate, to either A, throw everything you've got at that person and then take off running, because it's harder to hit a moving target than it is a target that's just laying there. So everything he said makes common sense. But we don't look at it that way because we just want to lay down and blame.
Ken,
people got to start fighting back, or this country's going to go.
Well, Ken, Carson was asked a question on The View about arming teachers, and and Paula Ferris said, You want to arm kindergarten teachers, and he clarified. I don't want to indiscriminately arm kindergarten teachers, but to have a teacher with a weapon that is secure in the classroom, maybe secure in a holster in the classroom, he's not necessarily opposed to. What's your view on that?
My view on this is this: if you want to carry a sidearm, it's your Second Amendment right to carry a sidearm. But everybody takes this concealed carry and they look at it as a totally different. Oh well, everybody's got a gun. Somebody's going to fight back. No, your concealed carry should be a way for you to escape, not for you to go be a hero somewhere.
All right.
Now, if they want to carry in the classroom, by God, I say do it. I would if they'd allow me to, but they don't.
All right.
So,
Thanks for the call, Ken. Appreciate it.
CPS, they have Code Red days where they practice a gunman coming in. The first thing they do is throw the thickest book you have at him, and if you have any canned goods, anything you have, throw them at the shooter, and then play dead and put your book over your chest in the closet. I went over it with them.
I think that is recklessly silly.
We don't have tornado drills anymore. We have Code Red drills now.
I'm not bringing.
That's how prevalent this is.
I'm not bringing canned goods or a book to a gunfight. I'm sorry. Call me a gun nut.
I don't want my 8-year-old and 10-year-old having a gun. So they have to use what they have, and that's what they say. Your thickest book, just throw it at his head. Do what you can.
We're right. I understand, but the point is, it shouldn't be up to the 8 and 10-year-olds. Greg in Sugar Grove.
Hey, this is where we, as the general public, are dumbfounded. Amy, he's offending other victims. As the previous caller just said, CPS says you should fight back. You shouldn't be passive. And the second point is, yes, definitely, he's not qualified to be president. He's very smart and very ethical. No, Amy, let's continue to elect these political whores. Brilliant idea.
Thanks for the call, Greg. Gunner in Winthrop Harbor.
Hi, this is Gunner. On 9/11, when the people on the flight that went down Pennsylvania, as soon as they found out what the situation was, they took things into their hands and saved a bunch of lives. You just can't. You gotta react.
Thanks for the call, Gunner. Yeah.
So what they did was wrong? I mean,
No, I don't
mean,
think
eventually
anybody is
somebody
in the.
did charge him, and that was the
Right.
Minsk guy, the Army vet.
I think this is less about passing judgment on murder victims in Oregon and more about talking about in those circumstances, what should you think about trying to keep your wits about you first and foremost. Very difficult to do. But I don't think I'm certainly not in passing judgment on any of those victims in Oregon or anywhere else in terms of what they did or didn't do. Circumstances I don't know, I've never faced. But it doesn't mean that we can't have a larger conversation about what can be done on a go-forward basis.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
From Fox and Friends, Ben Carson moved over to The View. You have to hear this one. That's up next. But first, here's your forecast. Patchy morning fog, especially in northwest Indiana right now and some south suburbs. Otherwise, as the day progresses, the clouds will be breaking for some sun, similar to yesterday. Pleasant, a high of 69 degrees. And then tomorrow, Thursday, mostly cloudy, breezy, an afternoon shower or thunderstorm. Highs in the upper 70s. Let's get the travel times and see if the fog is affecting the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
It is heavy. Visibility is down about a quarter mile in Lansing. It's also heavy in parts of Indiana. There's a fire on the south side, 64th and Woodlawn. There are closures still in Oak Lawn due to a stalled freight train blocking 94th and Cicero and Southwest Highway in Kilbourne. Inbound Kennedy has delays from the River O'Toole to Foster. 23 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. The Eisenhower, 35 minutes Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 31. Northbound I-55, stop and go Lockport Road to Weber with a crash in the left lane. Then Harlem to Kedzie, 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. On the outbound Ryan, it's slow Roosevelt past the Stevenson with a crash in the left lane. Adams Tollway, it's bottled up from around 59 at Roselle Road after an earlier stall. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Doors or windows sticking, uneven floors, new cracks in your drywall or exterior brickwork. Is there bowing basement walls? Does any of this sound familiar? Well, this fall, many homeowners across the Chicagoland and northwest Indiana areas are experiencing the symptoms of structural issues. Are you aware that these indicators can be signs of damage to your home's foundation? All too often, homeowners pay an expensive consultation fee just to determine the problem. Don't be one of them. Call Permaseal today at 800-421-SEAL. One of their certified consultants will thoroughly evaluate your foundation and offer you a permanent, customized solution at absolutely no charge. From Waukegan to Kankakee and Hammond to Valpo, Permaseal has been committed to providing quality, proven products, and the superior customer service that you deserve. Call Permaseal today, 800-421-SEAL. When the work is done, you'll have a transferable warranty along with priceless peace of mind. That's 800-421-SEAL or visit permaseal.net, truly known best for being better.
Hey, if your company manufactures or markets pharmaceuticals, biologics, medical devices, or APIs, you know the challenges of systems integration, FDA compliance, and staffing. To gain access to Chicagoland's top life sciences engineering, quality assurance, project management, regulatory software, and validation professionals, you need the experts at Automated Systems, Inc. All of ASI's resources are degreed professionals with decades of industry experience in manufacturing, automation, and FDA compliance. ASI is retained by all of Chicagoland's Fortune 500 life science companies to successful startups. For over a quarter of a century, ASI has excelled through a culture of execution and client success. For information about staffing or a no-obligation compliance or automation evaluation, call Laz at Automated Systems toll-free at 844-HIRE-ASI or visit AutomatedSYS.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI.
America has a serious narcotics problem. 90% of the world's narcotics are taken by Americans. They have a place, but when you're dealing with chronic pain, pain that doesn't go away or which frequently returns, there is a better way. You're masking the pain. We help you find and deal with the source of the chronic pain to get real relief. This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in pain. Our team are national leaders and we're educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. Contact us, we will help you. You don't have to live with chronic pain. We treat all pain. We don't mask it with painkillers and narcotics that are not good for you and which can be addictive. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Do shopping online and using public Wi-Fi make you vulnerable to identity theft? Does giving out your social security number put you at risk? Is your dog at risk of identity theft? Yes, yes, and no. Your dog has absolutely nothing to worry about. But we do live in a world that can expose a lot of personal information, and that can lead to having your identity stolen and losing everything you've worked for. That's why at LifeLock we use proprietary technology to detect a wide variety of threats. And unlike free credit monitoring services, we have a dedicated US-based staff to help restore your identity if it ever is compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But if you ask yourself whether you're worth protecting with the best, isn't the answer a resounding yes? Plans start at $9.99 a month, and now you can get 10% off. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
So before we get back to Ben Carson, got to get this update on Hillary Clinton and the probe of her emails because it continues to expand in wonderful ways. Yesterday, FBI probe of Hillary's emails expanded to a second data company.
Ooh.
This is a Connecticut-based company called Datto, which, according to Washington Post piece, could open a new avenue for investigators interested in recovering emails deleted by Hillary. Datto's work on the Clinton email system became public yesterday when Ron Johnson, the chairman of the Senate Homeland Security Committee, senator from Wisconsin, of course, sent the company a lengthy letter seeking information about the role it and other firms played in managing the Clinton email system. Datto was hired by, not to be confused with the singer Dido. Datto was hired to provide backups for Clinton email accounts starting in May of 2013. They were hired by Platte River Networks, the Colorado-based tech firm that was hired earlier that year. Speaking of Platte River Networks, also included in Ron Johnson's letter to Austin McCord, the CEO of Datto, seeking information, was statements made from an email from an employee at Platte River Networks indicating that the company wanted to ensure it wouldn't be blamed for any perceived cover-up of Clinton-related emails. The email from the Platte River Networks employee suggests starting to think this whole thing really is covering up some shady Shiite. Yeah. So
Platte River Networks couldn't handle the load, so they outsourced to Datto.
Well, and now there's some internal communique suggesting that they're getting a little squeamish about all of this. A related story, federal judge has told the State Department yesterday to release correspondence between Hillary Clinton and Cheryl Mills and Clinton Foundation officials on a rolling basis over the next 2 weeks. So we're finally getting to this other aspect of the Hillary emails and her time as Secretary of State. Was she using her position to and leveraging it to benefit the foundation, to benefit Bill's speaking fees, to benefit
or to line her pockets?
Basically, that's the short of it. Yeah. So there's still a lot going on in the Hillary email front, even as she tries to reinvent herself.
And Datto is it. Well, back to Ben Carson. He was on with my good friend Paula Ferris on The View and the other ladies talking about abortion. And is there still a war on women?
One of the other quotes that we've sort of gotten from the research is that you sort of feel that there is not actually a war on women, but there may be a war on what's inside of women. Is that accurate?
Yeah, the babies. I mean, we're killing babies all over the place. And, we should be, I think people can probably understand. In my case, I spent my entire career trying to preserve life and give people quality of life, even operating on babies in the womb, operating all night long sometimes on premature babies. And I get to meet those people, when they're adults and productive adults. There is no way you can convince me that they're not important, that they're just a mass of cells and that you can do anything.
Yeah, that blew the very feeble minds of
They were in
most of
shock.
the ladies on The View. Apparently, they've never heard a pro-life position before. Imagine
Coming
that.
from a minority. And then, of course, they asked about birth control and if that's acceptable.
So how important is birth control then to the Republican Party? They should be out there really applauding Planned Parenthood for supplying birth control, mammograms, and everything else. Why are they against Planned Parenthood? Are you against birth control too?
I don't speak for the Republican Party. I speak for me.
Okay, for yourself. Are you against birth control also?
No, I'm not.
Okay. All right. And so I guess you believe in daycare centers and maternity leave and food stamps and all the things that go along with raising a kid. You don't know the money.
Joy Behar. Joy Behar. I want to ask Joy Behar a question. What was it like to climb out of the primordial soup? Because you are a de-evolved human being. She is such a stone-ass idiot. I applaud Ben Carson
He was so
for
good.
keeping his cool and actually treating her like an adult because she doesn't deserve that treatment. This is what all these things you need to raise a child. Is that right, Joy Behar?
Food stamps to raise a child?
Yeah, and you know what I love? I love Joy Behar telling Ben Carson what it's like to grow up in a poor household. This is what everybody needs. You know, I don't know if you know this, Ben.
Yeah, he knows. He's from D-Town.
Oh, boy.
He had a rough upbringing, and
Woo,
he sure
boy.
did make something good of himself.
If you want a good laugh, watch Ben Carson fielding questions from the ladies on The View.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Your product is terrific. I feel great. More energy. I've lost some weight. I can think clearer and faster. Everything that he said, Dr. Howard says it does on the program, it does, and then some. Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. Honestly, I know people always say this in testimonials, but this is the God's honest truth. I feel like a man 20 years younger.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Time is almost up. If you want to enter to win a week-long trip to Cancun, Mexico for a week-long stay at the Secrets Divine all-inclusive resort, courtesy of our good friends at Apple Vacations, then you need to download the new AM 560 mobile app and enter to win by this Friday. You've got just a few days left. So go to 560theanswer.com/mobile to get the new app for your Apple, iPhone, or iPad, or any Android-powered device. The app has some really useful features that make listening to AM 560 so easy. For instance, you can set your alarm to wake up to this show each and every morning, or listening to podcasts of the show straight from the app, or calling into the show without having to remember the phone number, and of course, your chance to win the free trip to Cancun. Get the app today and download Paradise, presented by Permaseal Basement Systems.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
How to get manufacturing jobs back in Illinois. We'll talk to Elk Grove Village Mayor Craig Johnson, who's well positioned considering Elk Grove Village, I think, has the largest contiguous industrial park in the country.
yep, and an Alabama politician bashes a reporter, and a judge. Our favorite judge is finally judged. We'll explain. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, we are watching a developing story, a massive fire developing on the south side of Chicago. It's at the Shrine of Christ the King Church at 6401 South Woodlawn Avenue. It's breaking details, and we're developing more information. And Jim will have more on the traffic story coming up in just a moment. Chicago Fire is on the scene. We believe it to be the Shrine of Christ the King Church at 6401 South Woodlawn. We're seeing pictures from that scene this morning already, video, as flames come through the roof of that church. Residents along South Carolina's coast are getting ready for a second round of flooding. Rivers swollen from days of devastating rain, but the power is coming back on finally. according to South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
Our utility outages are back to normal, so people are going to start to feel their power back on and should have their power back on.
The sun has come out as well for the first time in 12 days in South Carolina. An Associated Press investigation revealed a thriving black market in nuclear materials in Eastern Europe. The intended customers, Middle East extremist groups. Anheuser-Busch InBev is sweetening its offer for SAB Miller to more than $104 billion after SAB Miller quickly shot down a cash offer of $64.35 a share on Monday. It's beer making turning into deal making this morning. Jury selection beginning in Massachusetts today in the trial of a teen accused of raping and killing his math teacher. Phil Chisholm was 14 when he was charged in the 2013 death of 24-year-old Colleen Ritzer. Teacher strike continues in McHenry, keeping students out of class in District 156 for a fifth straight day. Chicago Teachers Union President Karen Lewis plans to run for re-election in May. Her role has been limited since she was diagnosed with cancer a year ago. An 8-year-old girl and her grandmother are recovering. They were attacked by a dog on the southwest side. Police say the pair were bitten yesterday near 51st and South Fairfield. Both are in stable condition. Chicago sports, Pirates and Cubs in the wild card game tonight. Jake Arrieta on the mound for the Cubs. Pittsburgh counters with ace Garrett Cole. NBA last night, preseason action. Bulls beat Milwaukee 105-95, and they will raise a championship banner tonight as the Blackhawks take on the Rangers at the UC. The news service of the Milwaukee Airport with all the major U.S. airlines, great fares, lots of nonstops, parking as low as $7 a day. The Milwaukee Airport makes travelers happy even before they check in. Visit flymke.com and learn why Milwaukee's airport is the O'Hare alternative. 6:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You saw him moderate the CNN presidential debate.
Hugh Hewitt, nice man.
Now you can see him live at Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. Hugh Hewitt is coming to Freedom Summit.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt.
And he joins an already packed lineup that includes Ann Coulter and AM 560's Sean Hannity. Freedom Summit Chicago on November 14th in Itasca with Hugh Hewitt, Sean Hannity, and Ann Coulter. Get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Don't miss Cabela's Ultimate Outfitter Sale. Gear up for the hunting season and save big on the latest gear. Shop in store at Hoffman Estates in Hammond, Indiana, or online at Cabela's.com.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's where Upstream Ideas comes in. Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted orthodoxies. In other words, Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
It is 6:37.
If I had a rock, I would throw it at
Traffic Center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. And due to that fire at the Shrine of Christ King, 64th and Woodlawn, that intersection is blocked off. A lot of crews in the area. Now a 311 alarm blaze at that historic landmark church. Eden's inbound has delays starting at 2E. 24 minutes, Lakehook to Montrose, outbound 22. The Kennedy runs 26 minutes either way between O'Hare and downtown. The inbound Ike, 41 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 31. Northbound I-55, slow Lockport to Weber Road with a crash in the left lane. And the Stevenson is 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 25 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 22. See delays on the northbound Tri-State, 115th to 87th. From the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway jammed, Beverly to 53. Traffic, service of UPSjobs.com. Seeking part-time package handlers throughout Chicagoland. especially Northbrook, Palatine, Franklin Park, and Bedford Park. Package handlers can graduate debt-free with up to $25,000 in education assistance. Apply now at upsjobs.com/radio. Get there with UPS. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Patchy morning fog, a lot of it dense to our south and east, especially in northwest Indiana. Drive with care. High 69. Low 55 overnight. Currently 58 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah. Sunday mornings at 7, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so we talk a lot about manufacturing, the manufacturing sector, and we do because it's a wealth-creating sector. The way, for example, the service sector isn't. There's a real multiplier with manufacturing. In addition to that, Illinois, with economic engines like O'Hare, has been an industrial center. You've got first and second and third tier suppliers to aerospace and automotive throughout Cook County, suburban Cook County, and into the collar counties as well. But Illinois isn't seeing the benefits that other states are seeing from what's actually happening in manufacturing to some extent, which is inshoring of manufacturing. The idea America will never manufacture anything anymore and all is lost to China and India and the developing world turns out not to be true. But the problem is Illinois isn't experiencing those benefits since the recession that, for example, our neighboring states have to this point. Since January 2010, after losing 117,000 manufacturing jobs during the recession, Illinois has only regained 17,400 of those jobs, while, by comparison, during that same period, Wisconsin, 48,000 manufacturing jobs. Ohio, 74,000 manufacturing jobs. Indiana, 80,000. Michigan, 135,000.
Wow.
And Illinois, 17,000. So there's something going on in Illinois, or not going on in Illinois, that is happening differently in other states. And help us understand that, and someone doing their part to try and keep manufacturing here and bring more manufacturing to the state and to northeastern Illinois. We're now joined by Elk Grove Village Mayor Craig Johnson. Mayor Johnson, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Dan. Good morning.
So you just heard me rattle off some of the stats in terms of what we're doing in the creation of manufacturing jobs in this state compared to some of our Midwest neighbors. And I know you've got an event coming up on Monday the 12th, your expo, Elk Grove Manufacturing Tech Expo, and you're home to, what is it, the largest contiguous industrial park in America?
Yeah, largest contiguous industrial park in North America, and we're actually the second largest manufacturing base in the state of Illinois after the city of Chicago.
So what's happening in Elk Grove Village, and what could be that should be happening at a more rapacious pace, and regionally that isn't happening, and what are you trying to do to continue to keep Elk Grove Village in the position you just described?
Well, it's multiple levels, and Dan, you're 100% right. I mean, one of the biggest battles we face, and being mayor of the town here, and feeling it every day, is we got to straighten the state out. This state just turns away businesses. It makes businesses scared to come here through its tax rates, through its regulatory rate, and all that, and the messed up Springfield. And I'm a business owner too. Mayors aren't full-time jobs in the suburbs. I own a business right here in Elk Grove. Actually, the oldest business in Elk Grove. My parents moved here in January '58. And business people I talk to every day, and they tell me the same thing all the time. Why would we want to go in an environment that's not inviting, that's not open and welcome? So first thing needs to be done is the state's got to straighten itself out, and they got to get that straightened out fast to be inviting to get businesses here. Secondly, the biggest thing our manufacturers are feeling is we are not building or making a trained workforce. When I went to Elk Grove High School back in the 70s, you could take a tool and die class, you could take a printing class, you take classes that got you prepared for a manufacturing job out there, and it was a great profession. And for some reason, we've gotten away from that, but we're now trying to return that. Elk Grove High School is now in second class that's going to be graduating soon, in the manufacturing area, that we are now training kids again to learn the field and the trades. Harper College is also working with us. So we got to build a trained, skilled workforce, because manufacturers during the recession had jobs.
Now,
Go ahead, I'm sorry, Amy.
No, I know you need manufacturing to keep your tax base low, to keep property taxes low for your the people who live in Elk Grove Village. But how many warehouses are empty right now? Is there a lot of place for people to build or to move their companies into?
Well, we've been very fortunate. During the height of the recession, we had about a 12% vacancy rate. And some people say, well, is that bad? Well, when you got the largest business park in the country, it's a lot of square footage. We're lucky. We're down to about half that now. We're a little under 6%, which is, we're getting better. There's places that people can come to. There's places people can work with. So we have space for them. Again, the biggest problem I'm finding with manufacturers are two. One, the state's economic condition it's in, and it's almost an anti-business atmosphere it has. And two, skilled labor force. I can help on the skilled labor force, and we're working with the schools to get a more trained labor force available for the manufacturers that need it. I can't help on the state, unfortunately. And until the state straightens out, we're going to be fighting that battle, which I think sometimes supersedes the other battles we have.
So when you're talking about getting the programs like, learning to operate a lathe and being prepared to work in a tool and die shop and those sorts of things at the high school level, how receptive was the school initially? And since you've been successful locally, are you talking to other mayors, perhaps other school districts, to encourage them to go in a similar direction, particularly with all the businesses and potentially opportunities there in the industrial park?
It's been extremely successful. Elk Grove High School has been phenomenal. The principal there, Paul Kelly, has embraced it. He welcomed it. He actually comes up with ideas all the time. Matter of fact, on Monday, one of our Manufacturers Expo, we're holding it at the high school. Governor Rauner is coming. He's going to have an opportunity to see the classes that are being offered besides visiting the exhibitors there. So, we're getting the word out. The biggest thing is we got to get the word out to the businesses that, yes, we are building a skilled labor force here. Yes, you can locate here. But give you an example of the success we are having. Stern Pinball, a large pinball manufacturer, actually the nation's largest manufacturer of pinball machines, was in Melrose Park looking to locate. Tennessee courted them, state of Indiana courted them, and actually Governor Walker from Wisconsin personally called Gary Stern to try to woo him to Wisconsin. Gary chose Elk Grove Village. And the reason he chose Elk Grove was, one, we're a business-minded community. We know how to work with businesses. We know how to embrace businesses. We know how to make them successful. We have a skilled labor force starting to develop here, which he liked. And he loved our location. As you said earlier, Dan, by the airport, we got every major expressway around us. We have rail. So we really have a golden jewel here to attract businesses. My hope is we don't want just Elk Grove to be successful. You're exactly right, Dan. We want this to spread throughout the region and beyond. We can't be an island unto ourselves. So I do talk to the mayors all the time. We try to showcase, that's what this expo helps us do, is showcase the success you can have if you're willing to work for it and invest into it, which we have done for many years.
Even in a hostile state business climate, it's interesting.
And as mayor, you can't offer them any tax breaks, or can you?
Well, we do have special incentives out there. For example, we have a TIF district, the Tax Income Finance District, that we can work. Matter of fact, Atlas, who's the largest seller of forklifts in the entire country, located here in Elk Grove in our TIF district. We worked with them and helped them take 2 vacant buildings that needed some remediation because of environmental issues. We financially helped them with that. They made the investment. They're now going to be our 8th largest sales tax producer the day they open the doors, and they brought in 250 jobs to the community. And again, that was a company looking to locate not just in Illinois. They were looking outside Illinois. But we were able to attract them with, one, having some help financially in the district to work with them. But more importantly, and this is the key to all communities, we're a very pro-business community. We know how to work with businesses. Our inspectors know how to work with businesses. Our licensing department works with businesses. So they come in with a friendly environment. They feel welcome when they come to Elk Grove. I hear that all the time from business owners. God, Mayor, it felt so good to work with your government. He goes, I'm not used to that. And that's why I keep hammering. I'm sorry to pick on the state, but they're the ones dragging us back. And until they straighten themselves out, it's going to make it even harder for us to stay up there. But we can do it. And we can do it. We got everything to make it work.
And the numbers tell the story. Mayor Johnson, tell us again the details of the Manufacturing and Tech Expo that's happening on Monday.
Yep, the Manufacturing Tech Expo is taking place at Elk Grove High School, right there on Elk Grove Boulevard and Arlington Heights Road. It's from 1 to 5:30. We have over 100 exhibitors there, and so far over 1,000 businesses signed up to come view and work with the manufacturing companies that'll be there. It's open; people can come by, walk right in. And again, what's nice about it is it showcases manufacturers here in Elk Grove, but we welcome people from all over the region. There might be a manufacturer that may be looking to locate. This is a chance to see Elk Grove, but we want them to come. We want to showcase the positive of it because let's be honest. Not everyone's going to go to college. A lot of people want to go in manufacturing. As they tell me, a manufacturer employee can make $80,000 to $90,000 a year. You can make a nice living here in Elk Grove, work in the manufacturing field, and we just need to promote it, showcase it, and embrace it. And that's what we're doing here in Elk Grove.
He is Craig Johnson, the mayor of Elk Grove Village. Mayor Johnson, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck with the expo.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, we're going to start off with some thick fog in areas, especially northwest Indiana. Otherwise, clouds breaking for some sun by this afternoon, a high near 70 degrees. Here's Jim Talamonte with traffic tie-ups.
Thanks, Amy. South Side, 64th and Woodlawn is shut down. There's a fire at a landmark church, Shrine of Christ the King. It's a 311 alarm blaze. It's a very active fire scene. Our first marathon-related closure, Balboa is now blocked off between Columbus and Lakeshore Drive for Sunday's race. Eden's inbound, 24 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 22. The Kennedy, 32 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 27. The Ike is 42 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 31. Stevenson now an hour and 8 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The latest problem, a stall at Pulaski blocking a center lane. The big delays start around First Avenue. Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown, eastbound Adams Tollway. It's brutal. Delays from 25 to 53 and Elmhurst Road to the Kennedy. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Yum Brands misses earnings and revenue targets. Crude oil trading near a 5-week high. And the Treasury selling $21 billion of 10-year notes. Those stories next.
See something? Smell something? Do something. When your basement or crawl space smells, don't ignore it. Odors, mold, and harmful pollutants come from too much moisture and not enough air circulation, making your home unhealthy. It's time to do something. Experts and the EPA advise ventilation instead of dehumidifiers as a more efficient way of reducing moisture and improving indoor air quality. Wave ventilation continuously expels damp, polluted air, drying out your basement or crawl space and transforming the entire house into a fresher, healthier environment year-round. Wave costs only pennies a day to operate, and there are no buckets to empty. Don't use an energy-guzzling dehumidifier which still leaves you with poor air quality and odors. Put the sensible Wave technology in your home today. Call 1-888-798-WAVE. That's 1-888-798-WAVE. Or visit mydryhouse.com. That's mydryhouse.com.
Wave Home Solutions for a healthy, comfortable home.
We'll see whether investors remain cautious ahead of what could be a dicey third-quarter earnings season. Investors hope Yum Brands' quarterly results aren't a sign of things to come. Yum Brands stock plummeted double digits in extended trading. The parent company of KFC and Taco Bell missing both its earnings and revenue targets. No major reports due out on our economy, so investors giving extra attention to readings on industrial production in both Germany and the UK. The crude oil market also in focus ahead of the Energy Department's weekly report on crude inventories. Crude oil prices yesterday jumped to a 5-week high, topping $48 a barrel. And we're watching bond yields as the government looks to sell $21 billion of 10-year Treasury notes. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight on the Fox Business Network, 7 and 11 Eastern. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
My brother Chris is allergic to talking about retirement. Bring up his future and you'll get glazed eyes and awkward answers. Don't believe me? Let's try it. Chris, when will you retire?
Ha! You darn right I like nachos.
See what I mean? Chris, do you have a retirement account?
It's gotta be the right kind of cheese.
One last time. Are you ever going to retire?
And don't forget jalapenos. I love jalapenos.
Good for you, buddy.
Avoiding the retirement conversation? At the Mutual Fund Store, we get it, and our advisors are here to help. Whether you're storing 401k statements in a shoebox, can't tell a traditional from a Roth IRA, or include piggy bank as one of your retirement accounts, There are no judgments here. We'll simply sit down with you one-on-one, talk about where you're at, and help you put a plan in place to get you where you want to be tomorrow. Let's get the conversation started today with a free consultation.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Imagine what you would do if your business had a surplus of utility savings. More than 30% of your building's annual energy use comes from your heating, ventilation, and air conditioning system. Air Comfort, Chicagoland's leading mechanical service provider, understands that you have better things to do with your money. There are new energy incentives offered by Chicagoland's largest utility provider that could help your business save hundreds, even thousands of dollars every month in utility costs. As a preferred partner, Air Comfort works closely with your business. They will identify the opportunities to reduce energy usage, select, purchase, and install equipment, and even help you complete and submit your incentive paperwork. Start saving on your utilities by calling now for your free consultation at 708-345-1900. That's 708-345-1900 or online at aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, a tradition of excellence since 1935.
AM 560, The Answer.
So, Amy, first we have to get the terrorist jobs. That's one way to combat terrorism. Now we have to take their Toyota trucks away. I'm not kidding. U.S. counterterrorist officials have asked Toyota to help them determine why ISIS has so many Toyota pickup trucks.
Their whole fleet, every video you see, the recruiting videos, they're all hanging on the back of those, Toyota trucks and the Highlanders and the Range Rovers. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Reliable car, good mileage in war-torn cities.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's against their company policy, though, to sell cars to terrorist groups.
Yeah, I think Obama is just upset because he wants ISIS to buy GM after we bail them out. But Toyota did say, as you mentioned, strict policy not to sell to potential purchasers who use or modify for paramilitary or terrorist activities. Yeah, I wish they would extend that policy to those that use or modify their Toyotas to put in floorboard lights and spoilers that I see driving around the city of Chicago.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Do shopping online and using public Wi-Fi make you vulnerable to identity theft? Does giving out your social security number put you at risk? Is your dog at risk of identity theft? Yes, yes, and no. Your dog has absolutely nothing to worry about. But we do live in a world that can expose a lot of personal information, and that can lead to having your identity stolen and losing everything you've worked for. That's why at LifeLock we use proprietary technology to detect a wide variety of threats. And unlike free credit monitoring services, we have a dedicated US-based staff to help restore your identity if it ever is compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But if you ask yourself whether you're worth protecting with the best, isn't the answer a resounding yes? Plans start at $9.99 a month, and now you can get 10% off. Go to lifelock.com and use promo code NEWS.
Thank you to all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever, but that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for, really? It is so important to get a great night's sleep. So don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia. If you have allergies, put your pillow in the washer and dryer, and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, just visit MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201. Please use the promo code Amy, A-M-Y. Do it now, 800-489-0201 or online at MyPillow.com. Promo code Amy. The number again, 800-489-0201.
Slow down, step back in time, and spend the night at the Schuster Mansion in Milwaukee, where history and tradition come together. The Schuster Mansion is not just a bed and breakfast. It's a private retreat created for you to rest, relax, and enjoy. Each guest room has been lovingly curated with period furniture, romantic decor, and antiques. There's a modern private bath for every room. Whether you're celebrating a special event or just want to escape from the everyday bustle, the Schuster Mansion has just the room or suite to fit your mood. Each overnight stay includes a homemade breakfast in the Victorian dining room and fresh chocolate chip cookies any time of day. Be sure to reserve a seat at the table for high tea, featuring a buffet of flavored teas and a variety of savory scones and sweets. Call Laura Sue to make a reservation at 414-342-3210. 414-342-3210. It may be Wisconsin, but why stay in a cabin when you can stay in a castle? SchusterMansion.com.
We're fed up with the so-called conservatives in Congress, tired of their support for the entire liberal ruling class agenda in Washington, D.C. Well, so is the Heartland Institute, a leader in promoting free market solutions. I encourage you to join the Heartland Institute and like-minded Friends of Liberty on Thursday, October 8th for their 31st anniversary dinner as they welcome Angelo Codevilla, author of The Ruling Class, How They Corrupted America and What We Can Do About It. Explore how this group of political elites educated at left-wing universities are convinced of their own brilliance and whose success largely depends on access to politicians and government flunkies. Help counter the ruling class that's demeaning, impoverishing, and demoralizing us. Also speaking is former Reagan White House Personnel Director Donald J. Devine. Help further the fight for freedom. Visit heartland.org to purchase your tickets for this important 31st anniversary dinner at the Cotillion in Palatine. That's heartland.org. Do it now.
Here are the stories we are watching for you today. Chicago Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy says he'll stay on in spite of complaints by aldermen. A field museum scientist dies while doing research. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Leave immediately. That's what people are being told in South Carolina. The flooding disaster there is not over. Fox News Radio's Evan Brown has an update live.
Dave, the Beaver Dam in the Columbia area is just about to fail, and some 50,000 residents are being told, evacuate now. Lieutenant Curtis Wilson with the Richland County Sheriff's Department.
Yeah, if this dam breaches, it's pretty significant. Not only will it affect this area, but then it will also go back into downtown, where we also have major flooding, and that could be pretty bad.
17 deaths are attributed to the storms, many due to people driving around barriers and right into floods, Dave.
Now, Eben, Russia keeps dropping bombs on Syria using warplanes, and now we learn warships attacking ISIS targets, it claims, to help the Syrian regime, which is launching a new operation against rebels today. But there's another concern with Russian connections. Nuclear materials on the black market. Fox News Radio's Kitty Logan live in our European bureau.
Dave, authorities working with the FBI have stopped 4 attempts to sell radioactive material to extremists in the past 5 years alone. The Associated Press says the most recent case involved a buyer from Islamic State. The black market is thriving in the tiny Eastern European country of Moldova in particular. It's thought the gangs involved have Russian connections, some with ties to the KGB. A former military intelligence official told Fox News that U.S. intelligence agencies are actively working to counter the threat. Dave.
Kitty, the group that operated the Afghanistan hospital hit by a U.S. airstrike says it won't let the bombing be brushed aside by our military as a mistake.
Doctors Without Borders announced that they're now calling for a humanitarian fact-finding mission under the rules of the Geneva Conventions. Now, this is a big deal because it would be the first time that such a commission has ever been launched. At least 22 people were killed in that U.S. airstrike.
That's Kristen Fisher, Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
This morning we have clouds and sun mix, 58 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560, The Answer. And we continue to follow the developing story of the debilitating fire ripping through the Shrine of Christ the King Church in the Woodlawn neighborhood. Near 64th and Woodlawn, a huge church fire this morning. Chicago Fire is on the scene. It also has a traffic impact, and Jim Telemonte is along with that in just a moment. Teacher strike continues in McHenry, keeping students out of the classroom for a 5th day. Negotiation sessions were scheduled for yesterday evening. District 156 reports that any tentative deal must be approved by the Teachers Association before school resumes, so school, even if a deal was brokered last night, would not be able to reopen today. Anger and frustration at Chicago's rising murder rate and unending gun violence boiled over at Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy at yesterday's City Council budget meeting. AM 560's David Stewart was there.
The aldermen, including Anthony Beale, slammed McCarthy over his attitude.
You are not the smartest person in the room all the time.
And over his failed tactics. Leslie Hairston.
Your New York strategies are not working for Chicago crime.
Budget Committee Chair Carrie Austin begged McCarthy for solutions.
What is it still that we can do as elected officials that's going to better our community and allow our children to have a life to live?
McCarthy called for tougher penalties for gun criminals, and Mayor Emanuel endorsed that.
My focus is on gangs and guns, not on Gary.
David Stewart, Chicago.
Chicago Teachers Union President Karen Lewis is planning to run for re-election in May. Her role has been limited since she was diagnosed with cancer a year ago. An 8-year-old girl and her grandmother recovering after they were attacked by a dog on the southwest side near 51st and South Fairfield. Chicago sports, Jimmy Butler and Doug McDermott, each with 23 in the Bulls' preseason win over Milwaukee. Cubs and Pirates in the National League wildcard game tonight. Cubs send out Jake Arrieta against Pirate ace Garrett Cole. Last night in baseball, the Astros knocked the Yankees out of the playoffs in their American League play-in game, 3-0. The Blackhawks raise a massive Stanley Cup banner tonight on home ice against the Rangers. The news, a service of Cabela's. Gear up at Cabela's Ultimate Outfitters sale. Find great deals like 30% off Cabela's MTO 50 camo rainwear and 20% off select men's and women's base layers. Shop in-store at Hoffman Estates in Hammond, Indiana, or online at Cabela's.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
Your local pharmacist is also a Health Mart pharmacist, and they're not like other pharmacists.
After Mom's surgery, I was overwhelmed, but I was so relieved. Her Health Mart pharmacist was there to help. They explained her medication and even delivered to her house. Mom got the personal service she needed, and I got something even better. Peace of mind.
Visit healthmart.com to find a locally owned Health Mart pharmacy near you. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
Where do more than 2 million people go each day to do their best work? They go to Regis. Regis has beautifully designed tech-powered offices and co-working spaces with full admin support. Let Regis manage the details for you so you can focus on your business. Call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES to get up and running fast, without the hassle. Join the 2 million people who have found a better way to work. And right now, get a free office or meeting room for a day when you call 1-800-OFFICES. Regis, here to help you grow.
7:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Southside Woodlawn is closed at 64th with that multi-alarm blaze at the Shrine of Christ, the King. The CTA is rerouting 63 buses to run on 63rd. Eden's inbound, slow golf to the junction, 28 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 22. The Kennedy, now 38 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. In Von Eyck, 53 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 39. The Stevenson is an hour and 5 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, 50 minutes from the Tri-State, outbound 40 to 355. The Ryan, 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, 30 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Northbound Tri-State, stop and go 115th to 87th. From the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis, the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue, eastbound Adams Tollway. Heavy delays from Beverly most of the way to Meacham and from Bussey to Lee. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's our meteorologist, Jonathan Reed.
Patchy morning fog, otherwise clouds breaking for some sunshine. Today's high 69. Increasing cloudiness tonight, low 55. A shower or thunderstorm tomorrow. I'm Jonathan Reed on AM 560, The Answer.
Looking like a good start to the day. 58 right now at O'Hare. Next news, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Get Down to Business with Shalom Klein, powered by Tandem HR and sponsored by Everett College Funding. Heard Sunday evenings at 6.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Now to the race for 2016 and to the new headline tonight involving Dr. Ben Carson and what he said about guns.
Not only would I probably not cooperate with him, I would not just stand there and let him shoot me. I would say, hey guys, everybody attack him. He may shoot me, but he can't get us all.
We have to act against those people who should not have guns in the first place.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. Amy, I just saw the line on the Cubs game tonight.
Yeah? What?
Minus 130 Cubs.
What?
Cubs are a favorite.
Yeah, I know. You're just because of Jake Arrieta. Because he's going to outpitch your guy.
I'll take that action all day long. You want to?
Okay. Uh-oh. Should we place another bet?
I'll put 100 to win 130. Yeah. What do you think?
100?
100 to win 130. 130. You got to lay 130 to win 100.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
All right. There it is.
Deal.
All right. My lunch money for the week. All right. Switching gears to more sober topics. We're now joined by someone who had the respect of the famed Milton Friedman, the hero, Milton Friedman, hero of freedom and free minds and free markets, and also has the opprobrium of the lobotomized left, so that makes him 2 for 2. He is John Lott Jr., Professor John Lott Jr. Of course, you know him from books including More Guns, Less Crime and Freedomnomics. John, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, thanks for having me on.
So, according to Everytown, which is a pro-gun regulation group, as you know, since January of 2013, so over the last 2.5 years, there have been 142 school shootings in America that have taken 73 lives and injured 104, which is about a month's worth of gun violence in Chicago. And that's not to minimize the school shootings, but it is to provide some context. What can be done about 142 school shootings in this country over 2.5 years?
Well, just first of all, Everytown statistics there are pretty problematic. There have been a number of fact checks that have been on it, from PolitiFact to CNN to Fox News. And PolitiFact basically gave it its second worst rating in terms of accuracy. They include shootings that aren't even on school property, so you may have a couple gangs shooting at each other across the street from the school at 9 p.m. at night. It includes things like defensive gun uses. There'd be one of the cases in there involved an attack at a Florida school where two men, one of them armed with a pool cue, started beating a student there at the school. The student was able to reach his car where he had his permanently concealed handgun locked inside, and he wounded one of the attackers. That's
okay, but let me stipulate that Everytown, because they are gun control advocates, may be playing loose in facts with the definition of school shootings. But there certainly have been a number of high-profile incidents.
I agree.
So the underlying, what can and should be done.
Right. No, I agree. And that's the important question that was there. I was just trying to do that for a second. Look, the president, I agree with him that something should be done about these things. But if you look at these cases, all the cases that the president's spoken about during his administration have one factor in common, and that is they keep on occurring in places where guns are banned. Surely all the school shootings that are there. And the one in Oregon last Thursday. And so, if you look at these mass public shootings since at least 1950, with just two exceptions, they're all taking place where guns are banned. And the chilling thing is, when you read their diaries, look at their notes, look at other things that they've left behind, they're consciously picking places where they know victims will be easy targets. The Charleston shooting earlier this year, That wasn't his first choice. His first choice was to go after Charleston College, but he turned that down because there were armed security that were there. You look at the stuff that came out over the summer with the diary from the Batman movie theater shooter. His first choice was actually an airport, but because of armed security there, he chose not to do it. These guys want to kill a lot of people, and they do that in order to get attention. Look at the Sandy Hook killer. He had put together a 7.5 by 4 foot Excel spreadsheet where he had taken mass public shootings in the past, the number of people killed, and the amount of media attention that they got, and graphed it out. And his goal was to try to go and kill more people than the Norway killer, who holds the dubious title as having the most kills. 67 people were killed by the Norway killer.
Yeah, but one thing that all these men that you mentioned have in common is that they all suffer from some form or type of mental illness. How do we keep the guns out of their hands? And that's what a lot of people know, because we can't confiscate 250 to 300 million weapons. That is not going to happen. We're not going to be like Australia. But what can we do to stop them from having the weapons or grabbing them from their parents or their mothers?
Right. Well, there are lots of points that you just brought up there. The first thing is how incredibly difficult it is to identify these individuals that are having problems. About half these mass public killers were actually seeing either psychiatrists or psychologists before their attacks. And yet, in not one single case did the psychiatrist or psychologist identify them as a danger to others. And in fact, only one of the cases that there was even the possibility that they were the danger to themselves. In all the other cases, they weren't even identified as a danger to themselves. And so, you know, simply going and having more psychiatrists looking at people isn't exactly an obvious answer there. The question is, and if you really believe somebody was a danger, if you really believe that, simply putting a background check isn't going to stop it. I mean, these guys plan these attacks. 6 months is a short time for them planning it. 2 years is you know, or more isn't uncommon. And if somebody, I mean, just think of it this way. If somebody wanted to spend 6 months or 2 years trying to find illegal drugs, how easy do you think it would be for them to obtain them? And the point is, the same sources that you get illegal drugs in this country are often the same sources for being able to go and obtain weapons. And so the question is, if you really believe somebody was a danger to others, my suggestion is that you should lock them up. Going and just simply saying, well, you're not going to legally be able to go and buy a gun isn't going to be very effective in stopping them from committing these crimes. And then you still have the issue is, what's your backup plan? What do you do if they do go and get the weapons? And in that case, my argument would be you have to deal with these issues of these gun-free zones. You know, I understand the desire to go and ban weapons, to try to make things safer, but unfortunately you create targets. And the easiest way to think about this, if you don't think deterrence matters, is would you put up a sign in your home, in front of your home, that said your home was a gun-free zone?
Right, and to your point, I mean, why don't they whatever mental illness a lot of these mass murders are suffering from, they still are rational enough to understand right from wrong in most cases. They also are rational enough to say, that is a fortified area, that's not the place I want to go, this is a less fortified area, this is a place I'll go, which is why, for example, you don't see police stations targeted by these mass murders very much. So I think that's instructive. And here's, to me, and I'd like you to address this, what the left is talking about, this is all over Vox.com, it's been with some of Hillary's rhetoric, as well as other left-leaning outlets, gun ownership in America. Americans make up only 5% of the world's population, yet own 42% of the world's privately held firearms. We have just too many guns in circulation in this country, and what you're saying is we have too many guns in the circulation in the wrong people's hands, but it's really these zones where we say to those law-abiding, privately held, law-abiding gun owners that have firearms, this is where you can't go to protect yourself.
Yeah. So, again, those numbers, those are from George Soros. They're not very accurate numbers that are there. But the point you're saying is the right point.
I want to take their numbers.
I want to get to your point. I want to get to your point. as a warning, as a side.
Right.
The point that you're raising is the right point, though, and that is it's not an issue of the number of guns. It's where they're allowed to be carried, where people are allowed to defend themselves. If I have a gun at home, it's not going to do me any good if I'm facing a mass public killer in front of me right now. And so the point is, the president, when he, in his couple statements last week, was talking about how many guns we have in the country and that we don't need any more, the issue is talk about these gun-free zones. I understand they may have been motivated in a good way that's there, but at some point, when you look at all these mass public shootings, one after another, taking place in those usually tiny areas within right to carry states where you're not allowed to have a gun. I mean, if this was random, in a lot of right to carry states, 98% or so of these mass public shootings would be taking place where guns are allowed. Instead, they keep on occurring in those tiny areas within the states where people aren't allowed to defend themselves. And when you combine that with these explicit statements from these killers, and I could go on, and I just mentioned a couple from this year, last year, all over the place, it's hard to just ignore this as we've been doing. My guess is the entire political debate on this would be dramatically different if even once in a while the news media would mention we've had another mass public shooting in a gun-free zone. They talk about how the person supposedly obtained the gun, often getting it wrong, or the type of guns used. The simplest thing to check, the fastest thing for them to check, is whether or not the attack occurred in a place where guns were allowed or not. And if they were to do that, sometimes my guess is the entire debate on this issue would change.
He is Professor John Lott Jr., the author of More Guns, Less Crime, the author of Freedomnomics. Professor Lott, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. People can find more on all this at our website at crimeresearch.org if they're interested.
Great. Crimeresearch.org. Got it. Thank you.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Morning fog, otherwise clouds breaking for some sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 69 degrees. Then tomorrow, mostly cloudy and breezy, an afternoon shower or thunderstorm, but warm, highs in the upper 70s. Let's get the travel times and see if those numbers are high. Here's Jim Telemonte.
You're getting high, Amy. Thanks. It is 28 minutes Lake Hook to Montrose on the Edens, outbound 22, but the Kennedy now 44 minutes, O'Hare to downtown and outbound 37. The Eisenhower, 56 minutes, Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 39. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39 minutes. Ryan is 21 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, slow going from Beverly Road most of the way to Meacham and from Bussey to Lee. Reagan Tollway now stop and go. The Fox River to Eola and Naperville Road to 355. Veterans Memorial, heavy delays from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to 290. South side, there are closures around 64th and Woodlawn. There's a multi-alarm fire at a landmark church there. The CTA is rerouting the 63 bus. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
I know you want to work with a Chicagoland real estate agent with qualified buyers who can guarantee to sell your home. That's why you should call Saul Z and the Z team. The average agent sells 8 homes a year. As a top agent with great marketing, Saul averages over 300. 29 days pass without a sale on your listing, Saul will buy it. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything because if you aren't happy, you can just cancel the contract. For example, Jason had his Hinsdale home on the market for 10 months with another agent. He switched the listing to Saul, and in a very short time, the home sold for $806,000, a full $37,000 above the original list price. That's something. The Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country, and I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell or buy a home. So go to callsaul.net. That's Saul, SAUL.net. To find out what your home's worth, you can also call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666. And start packing.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I really started it from an advertisement, more for my husband than for me, but I decided we should both take it, and I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, that's a wonderful success story.
I know.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
At the end of a long day, all you want to do is relax. Maybe grab a cold one. And eat something that's not frozen and thrown into a deep fryer. That's why you have Heroes West Sports Grill. If you want to relax, the place feels like home. If you're ready for a cold one, try 37 choices on tap alone. Hunger is a thing of the past, too, with dishes direct from their scratch kitchen. Heroes West Sports Grill in Joliet has mastered the best, just to ensure that your experience is full of happiness. But that's just the beginning. They, like AM 560 The Answer, are huge supporters of your servicemen, women, and first responders. That's why they continue to give back with Warrior Wing Wednesday. You're invited in to enjoy their famous wings at a bargain and have proceeds from your order go towards helping America's real heroes. Heroes West Sports Grill. Casual comfort just like home. Find them online at heroeswest.net. That's heroeswest.net.
AM 560, The Answer.
So, Amy, the first black president of the United States, Barack Obama, he's from Illinois.
Bill Clinton was the first black president.
Oh, well, yes.
According to my black friends.
Well, this is interesting. A study that was done by the Economic Policy Institute, a progressive think tank, meaning left, about the worst cities in America for African Americans to live.
Let me guess, number one is Detroit.
Well,
just from somebody who lived there.
I'm less interested. Detroit's number one in a whole lot of bad things, but I'm less interested in Detroit than where we live here in the land of Lincoln. And 4 of the 10 worst cities for African Americans are in Illinois. Worst cities in the country. 4 of the top 10 are in Illinois. African American families, are you listening to this? Who is in charge of these cities? Who is in charge of this state for generations? Who do you align with politically? Maybe something for consideration. Number 8, Kankakee.
Ooh, I wanted to guess.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll let you guess the other 3. But let me give you the stats.
Kankakee.
Black median household income as a percentage of white household income in Kankakee, 48%. Black unemployment rate in Kankakee, more than 20%, 2.5 times what the overall unemployment rate is. There's only 16 other U.S. cities in the country that have black unemployment rates exceeding 20%.
Well, do they have subsidized housing in Kankakee or Section 8 housing? I mean, why is that number so high?
Well, there's all kinds of reasons. Take another guess at another city that's in the top 10 that's in Illinois.
Joliet.
No.
East St. Louis?
No, surprisingly. I question that.
Carpentersville, Elgin.
The Chicago, Naperville, Elgin region is on the list, number 4, Chicago. Unemployment rate, all people, 7%. Black unemployment rate, 18.5%. Black median household income as a percentage of white median household income, 50%. Chicago? Who controls Chicago? Democrats. Another guess. You got 2 more.
Peoria.
Ding, ding, ding.
Recently there, yes. Peoria.
Black unemployment rate, 16.5%. Unemployment rate, all people, 7.2%. Black median household income as a percentage of white median household income, 49%. One more.
Why did Maytag move?
Maytag moved from Galesburg.
Galesburg. But that's a suburb of Peoria. Trust me. That's an ongoing joke in our house. Last city in... You know what?
I'll give you a hint. They have an airport.
Bloomington?
They have a bigger airport. Think northeastern Illinois. Think Rockford, Illinois.
Oh, Rockford.
Yeah.
Rockford. Oh, that's right. It's an international airport. I forgot. Rockford.
You ready
for
this?
How could I forget? Yeah, I'm sure these are astounding numbers.
Black unemployment rate, 29% in Rockford. All people, 8%. Nearly 4 times black versus all in terms of unemployment rate. Black median household income as a percentage of white, 44%.
Oy.
I mean, does that matter to anybody? Black African Americans in this city of Chicago, this state, vote with the Democratic Party that has lorded over Chicago for 90 years, that has lorded over the state of Illinois for the better part of the last, really 30 years. I know we've had a couple of Republican governors, but we all know Mike Madigan is the most powerful politician in Chicago, has been for some time. And all of those minority representatives on the city council, and all of those minority representatives in state government that do the bidding of the white power structure on the left.
Do what Pastor Corey Brooks did and change parties.
Kankakee, Peoria, Chicago, Naperville, Elgin region, 9.5 million people on the list. 4th in the country, worst place for an African American to live, Rockford. Please take Dennis Prager's advice, African American families in this state, and think a second time when you go vote.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
There are 2 kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers in the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you've come to know and trust. Turnkey IT takes care of your technology and has a plan that fits your company's IT budget and network needs. Interested in moving some or all of your business to the cloud? Turnkey IT can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Need someone to call when you can't print, have a lost file, or need tech support? Well, Turnkey's got you covered then. Offsite backup? Check. On-site support? Check. Help desk support? Check. Turnkey IT staff is professional, friendly, punctual, and will solve all of your technical problems immediately or even after normal business hours, all for a fixed monthly rate. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
AM 560, The Answer.
Bad to the bone. Coming up next on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Our friend Steve Moore from the Heritage Foundation tells us that whether or not that Trans-Pacific Partnership is a good deal for people who believe in free markets and the free movement of labor and capital.
And a bad to the bone judge is finally judged, and you might not like the sentence. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
58 degrees. We have clouds and sunshine. And, of course, on Chicago's south side, Chicago Fire continues to battle a blaze at the Shrine of Christ the King Church in the Woodlawn neighborhood near 64th and Woodlawn. It's a huge fire presence this morning. There are some delays to your morning commute. Jim Talamonte has those in just a moment. South Carolina's governor says 14 are dead as a result of massive flooding in that state.
I went up and started to see the damages after the water has come down. And what I saw was disturbing. And it is hard to look at the loss that we are going to have.
At a news briefing, Haley saying there have been over 1,000 traffic accidents alone since the flooding. But she says God is smiling on South Carolina because the sun has finally come out. New reports say that in 2011, the son of Libyan dictator Muammar Gaddafi wanted to talk peace, but the U.S. turned him down. Fox News reporting emails obtained during the Arab Spring revolution in Libya show Saif Gaddafi was willing to talk, but sources say then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton rejected that offer. Republican presidential candidate Ben Carson says he would not just stand there and let someone like the Oregon Community College gunman shoot him.
Not only would I probably not cooperate with him, I would not just stand there and let him shoot me. I would say, hey guys, everybody attack him. He may shoot me, but he can't get us all.
Carson also mentioned that if he were president, he would not be going to visit families of the victims like President Obama is scheduled to do on Friday. Vice President Joe Biden's camp is vainly trying to bat down reports that Biden himself was the person who leaked news claiming his son's dying wish was for him to run for president. A Biden spokesperson calls the account categorically false. Politico stands by its story. As many as 6,000 federal detainees are being granted early release. The Justice Department ordering that release between October 30th and November 2nd, ostensibly to reduce overcrowding in prisons.
What we're seeing now is the first batch of 6,000 inmates who went before a federal judge with a petition, had the petition approved, and are now eligible for release.
That's the Washington Post's Sari Horowitz who's been reporting on this story. Most of those prisoners are drug offenders who will report to halfway houses. A teacher strike continues in McHenry County High School District 156. Chicago Teachers Union President Karen Lewis planning to run for re-election in May. The FAA proposing a fine of nearly $2 million for an aerial photography company that flew drones over Chicago and New York without permission. Chicago sports, Pirates and Cubs in the National League play-in contest tonight. Cubs send out Jake Arrieta. Pittsburgh counters with ace Garrett Cole. Last night in the NBA preseason, Bulls beat Milwaukee by 10. And tonight they'll raise a championship banner at the United Center as the Blackhawks open up the NHL regular season against the Rangers. The news service of UPSJobs.com seeking seasonal tractor-trailer drivers throughout Chicagoland, especially Northbrook, Palatine, Franklin Park, and Bedford Park. Seasonal drivers receive competitive pay and must have a commercial driver's license. Apply now at upsjobs.com/radio. Great job, great pay in one package. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher has found the definitive reason why people like Donald Trump.
The NBC poll that you announced yesterday was fantastic, and you didn't talk about that.
No, I meant to. Well, I tried to.
No, I'm just saying this.
Yeah.
Why aren't you talking about your own poll? Why are you showing a CNN poll?
And the crowd goes wild. This is what they like about the guy. This is the appeal of Donald Trump.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Don't miss Cabela's Ultimate Outfitter Sale. Gear up for the hunting season and save big on the latest gear. Shop in store at Hoffman Estates in Hammond, Indiana, or online at Cabela's.com.
When you look in the mirror, you should feel happy. When you smile, you should feel confident. If everyday moments like chewing, drinking, talking, or just smiling for a photo make you feel uncomfortable or embarrassed because of your teeth, it's time to think about permanent dental implants. It's much easier and affordable than you may think. And Dr. Joel Akrush and his team at Artistic Dentistry want to show you how customized dental implants can give you freedom and confidence back into your life. Call 708-301-6060 now for a no-cost, no-obligation consultation that includes free 3D digital scans. Artistic Dentistry uses a state-of-the-art CBCT scan, which allows Dr. Akrush to customize your smile with precision planning, allowing for immediate use and quick healing. Are you ready to have your natural-looking, beautiful smile back? Then call Artistic Dentistry now at 708-301-6060 or log on to donewithdentures.com. That's donewithdentures.com. Artistic Dentistry, serving the south and southwest suburbs for more than 23 years.
7:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Southside closures remain in place around 64th and Woodlawn due to that fire at the Shrine of Christ the King. Northbound 53 has heavy delays from 355 to Higgins. There's a crash blocking two right lanes. Eden's inbound 34 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 26. The Kennedy runs 52 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 43. The Eisenhower's an hour from Thorndale to the post office, outbound 44 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 39 minutes. The Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Traffic service, the UPSJobs.com, seeking seasonal tractor-trailer drivers throughout Chicagoland, especially Northbrook, Palatine, Franklin Park, and Bedford Park. Seasonal drivers receive competitive pay and must have a commercial driver's license. Apply now at UPSJobs.com/radio. The Great job and great pay in one package. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Patchy morning fog, especially heavy fog across northwest Indiana in spots and Chicago's Southland. Clouds will break for sunshine today, high 69. 58 at O'Hare. Next news at 8. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. On AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, that music can mean only one thing. AC/DC's at Wrigley again? No.
Great concert. You missed it, Dan.
That music means it's time for us to be joined by the Sultan of Supply Side Economics. He is Steve Moore, the chief economist at the Heritage Foundation. Steve, thanks for joining us.
Hi, guys. Good morning. By the way, you know where I'm headed right now? I'm on the train. I'm headed to Pittsburgh.
You're going to the game?
I'm headed to Pittsburgh, baby. We got the best pitcher in baseball. Yep.
Yeah, Garrett Cole, I know.
And I'm
Jake
no,
Arrieta,
come on, Dan. What is wrong with you? That's an unpatriotic thing to say.
Yes. Well, I'm
Wow.
Look, I'm as excited as anybody. I'm wearing, as Amy will attest, I'm wearing my Pirates hat. I mean, I'm ready for the playoffs.
Shame on you.
I know.
Anyway, we're going to win. I'm guaranteeing Amy a victory to all the listeners at WIND. And then bring on the Cardinals. Bring on the
Friday
Cardinals.
night in St. Louis. Not that we're already planning our trips there.
Is there anything more darling than a Cubs fan saying, bring on the Cardinals? Oh, that's okay.
Well, you know, I always say that, you know, the Cardinals, as you know, I went to U of I.
Yes.
So we had about half the people there were Cardinals fans. But I said, well, maybe you have a better baseball team, but you have to go back to St. Louis.
Wow.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
that can't compare with the Windy City.
You know, that's the thing. It's that snooty North Shore attitude of Steve Moore. That's, you know, he's a New Trier guy. Yeah. All right, Steve, a serious note, I got a question for you. I'm trying to make heads or tails of this Trans-Pacific Partnership. A lot of, at least initial rhetorical resistance from leading Republicans, and I'm not talking about Donald Trump, on this trade pact that was inked. And even though the Wall Street Journal is a cheerleader for it, bottom line, they do raise some concerns like protection of intellectual property, the lack of it in this agreement.
Yeah, you know, as you guys know, I'm a fierce pro-free trader. I think in a level playing field, you know, the U.S. can outcompete any country in the world, including China and many of these Asian countries, and we can produce very high value-added goods and services here that are high-paying jobs, and they can give us, you know, stuff that we buy for 99 cents at Walmart. So it's a pretty good deal. But I am also concerned look, China cheats. They're cheaters. Their economy is based on stealing our patents, stealing our technologies, stealing our intellectual property, and I think it's really time to get tough with them. I mean, what we produce in this country is, you know, high value-added, entrepreneurial, inventive products. Then China just rips the box open, figures out we do it, and they steal our goods. So I do think it's time to get tough with China.
So the TPP negotiation will help us get tough with China? Stephen Moore?
Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sorry about that. I'm just saying I do think it's time that we get tough with China.
And to Amy's question, does this agreement get us further down that road, or are we regressing?
That's a great question. You know, I tend to be in favor of this trade agreement. By the way, one of the reasons the trade agreement is important is because, you know, China, it allows us to trade with countries like Hong Kong, China, Singapore, Indonesia, other countries in that region. And we don't want China to be the big 800-pound gorilla in that region. We want to be the 800-pound gorilla.
I'm sorry. One of the other concerns that has been raised, by some of the presidential candidates, including a Donald Trump, a Rick Santorum, is the guest foreign worker component, and whether or not we're going to have more folks coming over, and kind of from Trump's perspective, taking American jobs.
You know what, Dan? The worst thing is, you know what a lot of those people do is they're radio talk show hosts. They're coming after your job. But look, you know me. I'm pro-immigration. I think anybody wants my immigration policy is very simple. We want people who want to come into this country who want to work. We don't want people who want to come into this country and go on welfare. So I'm immigration, yes. Welfare, no. And I think we ought to. I agree with Trump that they ought to be assimilated. You know, assimilation is not a dirty word. We want these folks who come from other countries. This is our tradition as a nation. We want to Americanize them, and to a lot of liberals, you know, things like speaking English is somehow, invading their culture.
Now, in your estimate, what is the worst thing about the TPP negotiations?
I think it goes back to this issue of China and whether or not we're ever going to get serious about, look, I met with some high-level executives recently, and they were telling me of major Fortune 100 companies, and they were saying to me, Amy, we know that a lot of this taxing that is going on is being directed by the Chinese government. That is an act of terrorism against the United States. I mean, we've got to start taking China seriously. I mean, these communist rulers are stealing from us, and they've become a national security threat. So that's my biggest concern about our international affairs. We're not standing up to China, and they're bullying us.
Well, but wait a second. You must have been at ball games the week that the president of China was in town, and then the president of China, Xi Jinping, and President Obama went out to the Rose Garden, and they said, we're not going to steal each other's stuff anymore.
Yeah, right.
So it's all settled. You
know what else China says? You know, they're going to comply with the greenhouse gas emission reductions. I mean, they just come and they lie. They lie. You know, Mr. President, we're going to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions as they build 50 new coal power plants every year. I mean, you cannot take these people seriously. You have to watch what they do, not listen to what they say. Same thing with Putin, by the way. I mean, I'm sick, Dan, of we're like the little skinny guy on the beach now, and the big bullies are kicking sand in our face, and we don't do anything about it.
What do you project for the TPP? Because you've got these interesting coalitions, right? You've got the fair traders like a Trump and a Santorum, along with the environmental groups and the labor unions opposing. And then Obama loyalists plus free market-oriented Republicans supporting. So how does this play out?
So we ought to pass that TPP. We ought to have a trade pact with these Asian countries. But as a second step, what I'm advising Republicans to do is let's really, take a close look at what China is doing and figure out where they are cheating and where they're stealing and get tough with them because, this is what we produce as Americans. If we're producing software and the first thing they do is steal it and sell it to other countries, that's not free trade. That's thievery.
All right, Steve Moore, Chief Economist of the Heritage Foundation. We'll look for you at the game tonight in your Andrew McCutcheon jersey. Enjoy the game. Appreciate it.
Hey,
you're going to eat those words, Dan. I can't wait to talk to you next Wednesday.
Right,
I hope we see you on the big screen catching a foul ball.
Or the kiss cam, maybe.
Got it. Bye.
He joined us on our Turnkey.pro Go Cubs talking line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Grab a box of tissues. This one's going to make you cry. Joe Biden's new Super PAC video. It's out, and we'll have it for you next. But first, here's your forecast. Patchy fog in parts in places this morning. Otherwise, some high clouds, but we should have full sunshine by this afternoon, a high of 69 degrees. Let's see if Jim Delamonte can do a better job with traffic. Here's Jim.
We'll try, Amy. We've got some heavy pockets on the expressways, very heavy, and there's a fire on the south side, a 311 alarm blaze at the Shrine of Christ the King. This is 64th and Woodlawn, a landmark church, so there are major closures in that area. The Edens is 34 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose. Tack on some delays on the eastbound spur approaching the Edens. Outbound 26 minutes, Montrose to Lake Cook to Kennedy. Now 56 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. Outbound, it's 36. The Eisenhower, an hour from Thorndale to the Loop. Outbound 44 minutes. On northbound 53, there are heavy delays, 355 to Higgins, crash in the two right lanes. Stevenson, hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The Rhine is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tollway is very heavy, especially at eastbound Adams Tollway. With all the road work, it's jammed 59 to 53, and then from Bussey to Lee. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Hey, it's Dan Proft. Gentlemen, when it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone? I do. Low T Center makes it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and know your results within minutes, which is precisely what I did. If you're a man over 40 and have noticed a decline in energy, stamina, or libido, you may have low testosterone. Low T makes you feel tired and grumpy, can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. At Low T Center, it takes just minutes for results, and services are covered by most health insurance. They even have convenient and flexible hours. So do yourself a favor and get your levels checked. Call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Or go to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
Elon Musk, the entrepreneur behind PayPal and SpaceX, explained why he believes America is the world's leader in innovation. Quote, "The U.S. is more open to new ideas than any country in the world. It is a country that tends to encourage success. Where you see someone that did extremely well, generally the reaction in the U.S. is good for them. In most countries, that's not the reaction. People tend to think, oh, that person did well because they screwed somebody else," end quote. What makes prosperity and progress possible? A culture that values reason, science, and freedom. One that admires achievement and success. Today, opponents of economic inequality are trying to change America to envy and demonize success. To learn how to stop them, listen to my show. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Ron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brooks Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, did you grab some tissues? Because I have a new video to show you. The group, the super PAC that it's called Draft Biden, they've come out with a new video. And since Biden's not going to be in the Democratic debate next week, they're going to play this before, the day before the debate, and then a day after the debate. And,
I got to tell you, I did watch the video and Biden's speech, and it is some of Neil Kinnock's best writing.
Well, no, it was what they did was show pictures of his family. It was a speech that he delivered at Yale University 2 weeks before his son Beau passed away, and they talk about his loss of his family members and the potential for the United States of America. Listen.
Things can change in a heartbeat. I know. 6 weeks after my election, my whole world was altered forever. I got a phone call. My wife and 3 children were Christmas shopping. Tractor trailer broadsided it and killed my wife and killed my daughter. And they weren't sure that my sons would live. The incredible bond I have with my children is a gift I'm not sure I would have had I not been through what I went through. But by focusing on my sons, I found my redemption. Many people have gone through things like that. My dad's definition of success is when you look at your son and daughter and realize they turned out better than you. And they did. You're on the cusp of some of the most astonishing breakthroughs in the history of mankind, scientific, technological, socially. But it'll be up to you in this changing world to translate those unprecedented capabilities into a greater measure of happiness and meaning, not just for yourself, but for the world around you.
And then it ends with the simple text, Joe, _run. Joe, run. That's what it says on the black screen.
Yeah.
I think it's effective. I mean,
look,
as a mother of 2 boys, I cried when I saw this.
I don't, there's no lampooning of the personal tragedy that Joe Biden has suffered, both with his wife and his daughter, and then more recently with his son. Okay. But when you see politicians cynically exploit these kind of things, purposefully pulling on people's heartstrings as kind of a misdirection play in terms of what their job really is or what the job they're auditioning for really is. And I say that because of this piece in Politico. Politico, not a right-wing rag. Biden leaked word of his son's dying wish. Biden himself did it. Joe Biden has been making his 2016 deliberations all about his late son since August 1 to be exact, the day that Hillary Clinton critic Maureen Dowd, New York Times columnist, published a column that marked a turning point in the presidential speculation. According to multiple sources, Politico reports, it was Biden who talked to her, meaning Dowd, painting a tragic portrait of a dying son, Beau's face partially paralyzed, sitting his father down and trying to make him promise to run for president because, quote, the White House should not revert to the Clintons and that the country would be better off with Biden values, whatever Biden values are. The Politico goes on to say it was no coincidence that the preliminary pieces around a prospective campaign started moving right after that column. People read Dowd and started reaching out. Those around the vice president would say, by way of defensive explanation, he was just answering the phone and listening. But in truth, Biden had effectively placed an ad in the New York Times asking them to call. So when you capitalize or attempt to capitalize politically on the death of your son, and whether or not Beau Biden ever said what Joe Biden says he said, I don't know. Joe Biden doesn't have the best record for truth-telling in the world. I don't know. Does it still have the same dramatic personal impact?
I mean, do you think really when his son was dying, he was talking about Biden family values? I know that seems a little...
And a Clinton in the White House?
Yeah, it seems a little...
I mean, I understand he's been in office for 40 years. He's the vice president of the United States, so it's a little different conversation, but...
But maybe it did. I don't know. But now here...
Whether it happened or not, what we know happened, apparently, is that he placed it.
All right.
He placed it.
Back to this new ad that's going to be aired during or before the debate. His super PAC was in charge of it. Did he know about this? Did he have any say in it?
I'll leave that question unanswered.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I will tell you one thing, and he's sick all winter. He wasn't sick at all this winter, not one time.
I've taken vitamins my whole life, and this is really the only thing that I've ever really felt like that did anything.
That's why I kept coming down with the flu. And she said double them, triple them. And that's what I did since then, and I haven't had the flu. So I know it works.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home, then you need to do what Amy did when I needed a mortgage, and that's call David Hochberg. You're Amy. Vice President of Pro Mortgage, that's David Hochberg. Agnes, 89, income $1,238 a month, owes $190,000 on a $400,000 home, called to refinance to lower her payment. David informed Agnes she'd need a cosigner because she didn't make enough to refinance, and recommended Agnes secure a reverse mortgage and save over $24,000 a year. Agnes said her friends thought reverse mortgages were bad. David advised Agnes to find new friends because her current friends didn't know what they were talking about, and assured her reverse mortgages were ideal for borrowers like Agnes to eliminate their mortgage payments. If you or your family is interested in securing a reverse mortgage, do what Agnes did when she needed a mortgage, and that's called David at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333, or visit am560david.com. That's www.am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you. But he can't help you if you don't call, so call David now, 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Pro Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA.
Mike Rowe here. Today I'm with Frank, one of the heating and cooling pros at 1 Hour. Frank's got his head up a vent right now. How's it going up there? Frank knows what he's talking about. He's been with 1 Hour for how long, Frank?
14 years.
That's a long time. Over that time, he's worked on tons of different equipment, taken countless hours of training, and that makes Frank the man.
No, Mark Rose the
I'm
man.
sorry, Frank. Say again?
Mike Rose the man.
I heard him the first time. For any heating need, call 855 1 Hour today. Say it again, Frank.
Mike Rose the man.
That's what I'm talking about. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. In the brave new world of big data, sometimes we forget that politics is about people's lives. When we forget this fundamental truth, people without political clout get hurt, and all of us suffer a loss of dignity in the process. And so the number for your consideration in this installment of Illinois by the Numbers is 47. 47th is where Illinois ranks nationally in the provision of services to persons with developmental disabilities. Providing or not providing for those who need state support through no fault of their own is a mirror that reflects our humanity, our moral health. The result is families who have a family member with a developmental disability have fled Illinois just as entrepreneurs have to live in, well, more civilized states. This is happening on our watch. As an Illinois resident, this is happening on my watch. We are all culpable, and now none of us can any longer pretend not to know. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Oh, well, ask Todd Ricketts, of the Ricketts family that owns the Cubs,
Mm-hmm.
if he thinks that Pittsburgh or St. Louis is going to win the NLDS.
So naughty. He'll join us at 8:08, but first let's go back into the newsroom to a Cub fan. No, you're a Cardinals fan.
No.
I'm on an island all my own.
I'm a Tigers fan. Thank you.
Okay, that too. Here is Mike Scott.
Here are the stories we're watching today, although I have 3 St. Louis Cardinal fans at home. Police Superintendent Gary McCarthy says he'll stay on in spite of complaints. CTU President Karen Lewis says, yes, she will run for re-election. Cook County to demolish 7 old buildings on its Oak Forest Health Campus, and the Cubs will face the Pirates in the National League Wild Card game tonight, while the Hawks raise another Stanley Cup banner this evening at the UC. Patchy morning fog. Complete look at weather after Fox News, WIND, Chicago News Time, 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Neighbors keep helping neighbors in flooded South Carolina.
You see the pictures and you hear the stories and you think, what can I do? I mean, you want to do something.
And more people may need help. Fox News Radio's Evan Brown explains live.
Dave, the Beaver Dam near Columbia is on the verge of being compromised.
It's the danger of the structure actually breaking down.
Richland County Sheriff's Lieutenant Curtis Wilson.
Given anywhere around 50,000 individuals that could be affected, and we're just trying to get them alerted and out.
A shelter is being set up in a local high school for those new evacuees. Emergency workers had been trying to pump water out from behind the dam pond to relieve pressure. This all happens on a day with no rain and when schools were planned to be open, Dave.
Evan, the bad weather is blamed for 17 deaths in the Carolinas. Russia's now using warships to bomb targets in Syria. It claims to be hitting ISIS, though the Pentagon says it's also going after rebels fighting the Syrian regime. And Fox News has learned since the campaign started, Russian fighter jets have 3 times intercepted U.S. drones over Syria. A lot of prisoners whose punishment for drug crimes was deemed too harsh last year will be set free soon. Fox News Radio's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
About 6,000 drug offenders will be released starting late this month as part of the Justice Department's efforts to reduce prison overpopulation and provide relief to inmates given harsh sentences. White House Press Secretary Josh Earnest.
The president does believe there's a lot more that we could do to make our criminal justice system more fair.
The inmates will go to halfway houses and later they'll be under supervised release. This is the first wave of releases. Close to 50,000 people locked up on drug offenses are eligible for reduced sentences under new guidelines from the U.S. Sentencing Commission. Dave.
Rachel, the FBI is probing into Hillary Clinton's private emailing while Secretary of State has expanded to a second company now helping investigators get more data that may include emails Clinton deleted as personal. A new Quinnipiac poll finds Clinton the least honest and trustworthy of any presidential candidate, though she still leads the Democratic race in 3 key swing states surveyed, Florida, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Clouds and sun, 58 degrees. 8:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. A 3-alarm blaze continues to burn on Chicago's south side near 64th and Woodlawn. It's at the Shrine of Christ the King Church in the Woodlawn neighborhood. A huge fire this morning as flames burst through the roof of that ongoing renovation of that church and shrine. Chicago Fire continuing to investigate this morning. Teacher strike continues in McHenry County, keeping students out of class for a fifth day in District 156. Chicago Teachers Union President Karen Lewis planning on running for re-election in May. She had been serving in that position since winning a runoff election against incumbent Marilyn Stewart in 2010. Her role has been limited because of a battle with cancer. The FAA is proposing a fine of nearly $2 million for an aerial photography company that flew drones over Chicago and New York without permission. Skypan flew 65 unauthorized flights through some of the nation's most crowded airspace over a 2-year period. Cook County plans to demolish 7 buildings this year on its old Oak Forest Health Center campus in the south suburbs. Some of those buildings date back to 1910. Chicago sports, NBA last night. Jimmy Butler with 23 in the Bulls' preseason win over Milwaukee. Pirates and Cubs in the National League wildcard game tonight. The winner will face St. Louis in the division series. Jake Arrieta against Garrett Cole. Last night, the Astros blanked the Yankees 3-0 in the American League play-in game. The news, a service of UPSJobs.com, seeking seasonal tractor-trailer drivers throughout Chicagoland, especially Northbrook, Palatine, Franklin Park, and Bedford Park. Seasonal drivers will receive competitive pay and must have a commercial driver's license. Apply now at UPSJobs.com/radio. A great job and great pay in one package. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Jerry Willis.
From the Fox Business Network, stocks poised to jump higher on the open and oil prices giving markets a boost after a report shows oil stockpiles dwindling. Oil per barrel popping through the critical $50 a barrel level. Traders like higher oil prices, even though it might mean higher prices for the gas you put in your car. Colonel Sanders is hurting. KFC owner Yum Brand said sales at KFC were higher in China, but not high enough to meet analyst expectations. Yum's KFC and Pizza Hut chains rely on China as a growth generator, but consumers there have slowed spending. Volkswagen faces a deadline today set by regulators to come up with a plan to comply with emissions laws. The company cheated on emissions tests and has announced a global recall on diesel cars. More car news. United Auto Workers members are planning to strike at Fiat Chrysler plants as soon as Wednesday evening. It would be the first work stoppage since 2007. Workers at plants in Indiana and Michigan received notices to be ready to walk off the job. With a Fox Business Report, I'm Jerry Willis.
8:05 in Chicago, a check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
She's bold.
You're not black, so drop the racism crap.
She's controversial.
When you bring the people here, you bring those cultures here.
She's unapologetic.
This is a total fraud and a fig leaf.
And she's coming to Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. She's Ann Coulter.
Now I'm talking.
See best-selling author and conservative firebrand Ann Coulter live on Saturday, November 14th at Freedom Summit Chicago in Itasca. Get your tickets now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
Your local pharmacist is also a Health Mart pharmacist, and they're not like other pharmacists.
After Mom's surgery, I was overwhelmed, but I was so relieved. Her Health Mart pharmacist was there to help. They explained her medication and even delivered to her house. Mom got the personal service she needed, and I got something even better. Peace of mind.
Visit healthmart.com to find a locally owned Health Mart pharmacy near you. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace? They call Regis and 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
8:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. Southside closures remain around 64th and Woodlawn due to that major fire. Northbound Veterans Memorial Tollway, it's very slow from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. Then from the Army Trail toll up to Higgins Road on northbound 53 where a crash moved to the right shoulder. Southbound it's jammed, Palatine Road to Higgins. Edens is 34 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose up on 26. Kennedy 55 minutes, O'Hare to downtown up on 34. Eisenhower is 1 hour from Thorndale to the post office. Up on 49 minutes. The Stevenson, 65 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, up on 36. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State stop and go. The 83rd Street toll to LaGrange Road. The Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway delays are heavy from Bartlett Road to 53 and Bussey to Lee. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's meteorologist Jonathan Reed.
Patchy morning fog, otherwise clouds breaking for some sunshine. Today's high 69. Cloudy tonight, low 55. A shower or a thunderstorm tomorrow, high 76. I'm Jonathan Reed on AM 560, The Answer.
59 and fog right now at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
Now to the race for 2016 and to the new headline tonight involving Dr. Ben Carson and what he said about guns.
Not only would I probably not cooperate with him, I would not just stand there and let him shoot me. I would say, hey guys, everybody attack him. He may shoot me, but he can't get us all.
We have to act against those people who should not have guns in the first place.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Oh,
just like the late 70s in Pittsburgh again.
Yeah.
Thinking Willie Stargell and Dave Parker.
I want to take that. I want to rip that silly hat off your head right now. I cannot believe you're wearing a Pittsburgh Pirates cap.
Is it too soon to say wait till next year, Cubs fans?
Oh my God.
Would that be?
It's not too soon for you. I mean, what?
That'd be
gone,
gauche and pimply.
3 straight years in the wild card and 0 for 2. You think today's going to be any different there, Dan?
We've got a little wager.
Yeah, what's our wager? I know.
I'm laying 100 to win $130. You're laying $130 to win 100. Yeah.
I think the final score is going to be 5-2, the Cubs.
We'll see if Todd Ricketts agrees with you. Todd Ricketts, of course, from the Ricketts family that owns the Cubs.
They're the real We Are family.
Exactly. He joins us now. D, thanks so much for joining us.
No, thanks for having me. Happy to be here.
Were you able to get tickets for tonight's game?
Luckily, I was able to get one ticket, although it was more difficult than you think.
Standing room only?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, God. So how are you feeling? How is the team feeling? How's the club feeling? What do you expect from tonight?
Oh, I think everybody feels pretty good about our chances. I haven't heard anybody make any big, bold predictions, but, Arrieta is the best pitcher in baseball, and he's a confident guy, and I think, if you followed some of the things that were happening on Twitter and so on, he relishes the opportunity. So I feel good about it.
Now, are you planning, as a team, as an organization, to do any kind of pagan rituals before the game to exorcise all of the demons of Cubs past?
No, I don't think we're going to worry about any sort of curses or anything like that. I think that really this is just the beginning of what's going to be a long stretch of very prolific Cubs baseball.
Now, you've had the best record since July 27th when you swept the Phillies, and Jake Arrieta, 22 wins, 6 losses. I mean, really, you can't go wrong putting him on the mound.
No, and I think he has the lowest record in ERA, lowest ERA in Major League Baseball history after the All-Star break. I think he's at .75 or .74.
It is actually kind of incredible. I mean, as a Sox fan, I do have to.
Wow! Oh, are you saying something nice?
I do have to offer begrudging respect for the Cubs and for what the Ricketts family has done and what Theo Epstein has done, and this turnaround. And it is a good young ball club. There's just no question about it. And Jake Arrieta. I mean, this was somebody that had a lot of talent, but in his first few years, it looked like, oh, here we go, another guy with a lot of talent that is kind of a bust. What did you see that nobody else did?
I'm going to give Theo a lot of credit on Jake, but he was one of the first players when Theo came on board with us. He identified a few players that were in other organizations that he had seen a lot of talent and a lot of potential that he wanted to bring on board. And I might be wrong on this, but Arrieta was one of the first ones that came out of his mouth. And I knew that was one of the guys that he wanted to bring to the Cubs. But really, I mean, the fact that we're in the playoffs, it's not an accident. this is 5 or 6 years of dedicated work by a ton of scouts and a ton of the international scouts, the amateur scouts, and Theo and Jed trading to bring guys in from other organizations. I think that Chris Bosio deserves a lot of credit. I think that we get more execution out of the talent we have in our pitching rotation. And it's not just Jake. I mean, if you look at our starting pitchers over their last 8 starts, I think they put in 51 innings and have given up 2 earned runs and have 45 strikeouts and 2 walks.
Yeah, I mean, the pitching's been so good, Starlin Castro doesn't even have to keep track of outs.
That's right.
The game.
That's right.
That's how good it's been.
Hey, speaking of Theo Epstein, his contract is up next year. Obviously, you're going to try and keep him.
Yeah, definitely. I don't think Theo has any plans to go anywhere, and we don't want him to go anywhere, and we have a great relationship. So.
And look what happened to Boston since he left Boston. They've tanked. They came in last place in their division.
Well, I think there's also a part of the natural ebb and flow of baseball, too. I'm not going to get too deep into what's happening in Boston. I'm just going to focus on what we're doing here in Chicago.
Joe Madden was seen as a masterstroke bringing him in this year, and it's turned out to be just that. I mean, what kind of impact in terms of culture, winning baseball has Madden had as the manager? Well,
I think there was a couple things. I think that the signing of Lester was kind of an outward what's the word I'm looking for?
Signal that.
Yeah, it's just a statement to the world that we're ready to start competing. Because Lester, John said, I only want to go to a team that wants to win, that's going to be winning. And so it took a little convincing of going through who we had in our minor league system and how we thought about our future to get him to actually even come to Chicago. So I think that it starts with Lester because that's a statement to the world that we're going to start competing. And I think bringing in someone like Joe, who has a great track record of just having a good rapport with young players and knowing how to get the most out of young players.
And there's such a fun atmosphere in the clubhouse. I mean, when I was there was a cheetah there on the field with a golden retriever who was its friend, and he just did such odd things. Like there was a flamingo at one of the press conferences, and he's just, he's out there.
He likes to keep it loose, keep guys occupied and keep their mind off baseball sometimes.
Now, is there any kind of pregame festivities involving Ronnie Woo Woo and the Pittsburgh Parrot or anything like that we should look forward to?
Not that I know of. You probably talked to the wrong guy.
Okay,
Yeah.
You're not involved in the
Turning to
pageantry
politics
of it
real
all.
quick. Your guy, Scott Walker, I was sorry when he, not abruptly, but he was one of the first guys out of the presidential race. Who are you backing now, or who do you find attractive as a GOP candidate?
Well, I think one of the things that's interesting about the Republican primary is that there's a lot of guys in there that have very strong records as governors and senators. And, I think the fact that we had 17 guys at one point was not out of a sign of weakness, but out of a sign of strength of how many people in our party have been really hustling to move the country forward over the last 5 or 6 years. So I don't have a particular candidate at this moment, and going to sit back and watch and see how that plays out.
What's the takeaway from the Walker campaign and your experience being involved?
Well, I think the big takeaway was, first of all, I think there was 100 things that we could have done differently within the campaign and 100 things that happened outside the campaign that worked against us. And most specifically, I think Trump was the biggest thing that when I jumped on board with Governor Walker, it was because he was an outsider. We had some polling data back in January that indicated that the party was going to be looking for someone who they considered an outsider. And I kind of felt like Scott hit those criteria, met that criteria of being a Washington outsider with a fantastic track record of bringing about structural change to government, which is what really people are frustrated about. They want to see our government change the way they do business. It's not about just cutting a little spending here and cutting a little spending there. We need real reform, whether it be entitlements or any sort of spending that the government does. And so I thought Scott fit that bill nicely, but it turned out that the party might be looking for someone who's farther outside of D.C. than Madison, Wisconsin.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's anybody who predicted Trump, Carson, and Fiorina after Labor Day, which is what's turned out to be the case in this race. I wonder, you're personal friends with Governor Walker as well, how is he reacting now that he's kind of left the stage, at least for the moment?
Well, I think he feels pretty good about it. One of the things, this is just me, this is not from Governor Walker, is that he's really been campaigning for 5 straight years.
Yeah.
Because he ran in 2010, had the recall in 2012, ran for re-election in 14, and then fired it back up for the presidency here in 15. And he's got to be a little relieved to have just some time to relax and take a break from campaigning.
Yeah, watch Green Bay Packers.
But also, I think that the way he decided to withdraw from the campaign, actually, I think is just a great indication of why he would have been a good president, which is you're presented with a set of circumstances and facts, and you have to be decisive. And
I admire him.
He made the tough decision. It would have been, I think, the easier decision would have been to stay in and just, fight it out to the end.
And the good news for Wisconsin is he's still their governor. Todd Ricketts, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck tonight.
Yeah, no, we'll take it.
Appreciate it.
And he joined us on a turnkey.pro Go Cubs talk line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some high clouds, but we promised some sunshine by this afternoon, a high near 70 degrees. Then tomorrow, mostly cloudy, breezy. Can't rule out an afternoon shower or thunderstorm. It will be humid, highs in the upper 70s. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Southside closures remain around 64th and Woodlawn due to the multi-alarm fire at the Shrine of Christ the King. Eden's inbound delays start at Oakton, 34 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose up on 26. The Kennedy is 55 minutes, so Hare to downtown. Express lane save 4 or 5. Outbound 34 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 49 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound 355 and 53 have heavy delays from St. Charles up to Higgins Road, where there is a crash on the side now, and southbound delays on 53 start at Palatine Road. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Oh, I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. If that sounds like you every day, every morning, then you're not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men. That's right, you men out there, and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. I saw my sister the other day. I haven't seen her in a few months, and she uses the Genucell serum every morning, every night, and she looks fantastic. I use it too, and I love it. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. They guarantee it. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream. Dan Profs loves this stuff. And you'll get it as a special gift simply by placing
skin like butter.
Yeah, simply by placing your order. You've got a nice glow. Call 800-525-8323. 800-525-8323.
You own a European auto and you love it. Style and performance, it's not a car. You own a special engineering work of art. I know, because I own one too. This is Dan Proft for Midwest Performance Cars. Through the month of October, Midwest Performance Cars will do a $39 winter prep inspection on your European car. A $39 winter prep inspection. And they'll top off all your fluids. That's a $125 value for just $39. Through October only. Drop off your European car, and they'll give you transportation to work. Call them at 312-432-9492. That's 312-432-9492. They know your car and love it as much as you do. Midwest Performance Cars specializes in repairs and maintenance of European autos, including Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Audi, and Land Rover. How good are they? Go ahead, read the Google and Yelp reviews. Located in Chicago's West Loop at the corner of Lake and Ogden. Free Lyft and Uber shuttle service available. MidwestPerformanceCars.com, the dealer alternative and expert source for European auto maintenance and repair.
Your audiovisual experience is one that's supposed to be enjoyable. If your home or office lacks the big-time performance you really need, it's time to be shocked with options from Sound Design. Sound Design has the technical background to build it all. They know the value of seeing a project through to the end, and Sound Design will stick with you until you're satisfied, even post-job. Home theaters, office video, and sound design. Sure, you can go order equipment from a big box store, but then what? Yikes. Sound Design knows they set the industry standard. This is a company that will take a potential new customer to a current customer space to show off their handiwork. That's why people rave about audio and visual solutions from Sound Design. Be sure to get a demo of the Bang & Olufsen speakers, where sophisticated, sleek design meets amazing sound and function. You can visit sounddesigninc.com, but if you really want expert answers to your questions, call 630-548-7000. That's 630-548-7000. Sound Design, where quality service and installation makes the difference.
Do shopping online and using public Wi-Fi make you vulnerable to identity theft? Does giving out your social security number put you at risk? Is your dog at risk of identity theft? Yes, yes, and no. Your dog has absolutely nothing to worry about. But we do live in a world that can expose a lot of personal information, and that can lead to having your identity stolen and losing everything you've worked for. That's why at LifeLock we use proprietary technology to detect a wide variety of threats. And unlike free credit monitoring services, we have a dedicated US-based staff to help restore your identity if it ever is compromised. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. But if you ask yourself whether you're worth protecting with the best, isn't the answer a resounding yes? Plans start at $9.99 a month, and now you can get 10% off. Go to lifelock.com and use promo code NEWS.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, I want to get to what Ben Carson said and Fox and Friends that's causing such a stir, but there's this first. One of the things that Carson has said previously in terms of these statements that have been challenged, including yesterday when he really did the Lord's work in trying to educate the ding battery present on The View, Whoopi and Joy Behar and these other just repugnant
Don't rip on Paula Ferris.
Paula Ferris is the exception.
Okay, thank you.
But this, one of the statements that Carson made previously is, look, on a Confederate flag, he doesn't support the Confederate flag flying over a state capitol, for example, in South Carolina. But if you want to have a Confederate flag on private property, it's private property. You know, we don't prosecute people for thought crimes in this country. Well, that received this tweet from Anthea Butler. Anthea Butler is a University of Pennsylvania religious studies professor. So Ivy League school, religious studies professor. Get ready to cross Pennsylvania off the list of schools for Peyton and Eli to go. She said, in response to that statement I just referenced, if only there was, I'm not going to say this word, if only there was a C, begins with C, ends with N, and it's a pejorative term for black people. If only there was a C-N of the Year award, referring to Ben Carson. This professor, responding to the George Zimmerman verdict in 2013, said that God is a white racist carrying a gun and stalking young black men. She's a religious professor, by the way, a professor of religions. She also has previously said God ain't good all the time. In fact, sometimes God is not for us. In fact, as a black woman in a nation that has taken too many pains to remind me that I'm not a white man and I'm not capable of taking care of my reproductive rights or my voting rights, I know this American God ain't my God. So think about that if you want to send your children over to UPenn to be a Quaker there for 4 years and maybe run into Anthea Butler, who the university has apparently no interest in getting rid of.
And they didn't even suspend her or talk to her about this craziness? No? Just
par for the course. That's higher ed. So now Ben Carson on guns?
Yeah, so he was on with Fox and Friends yesterday morning, and they asked him, what would you do if a crazed gunman was pointing a weapon in your face? Would you speak out that you are Christian?
In the book of Proverbs, it says, without a vision, the people perish. We can't give away who we are and what we stand for and what our vision is.
But Dr. Carson, if a gunman walks up and puts a gun at you and says, what religion are you? That is the ultimate test of your faith.
I'm glad you asked that question, because not only would I probably not cooperate with him, I would not just stand there and let him shoot me. I would say, hey guys, everybody attack him. He may shoot me, but he can't get us all.
So he's saying that the Oregon shooting victims didn't do enough to save themselves. And that if he was there, he would have done more to be more aggressive in confronting the gunman. And the only reason why I cringed when I heard him say that is because, as soon as the Oregon shooting happened, he took a selfie or a picture of himself with the hashtag I am a Christian. So I expected him to come out and say, I would tell him I'm a Christian. 100%, and that I love Jesus and I follow the word of the Lord.
I think the statement that he made was inartful but
dismissive.
And he's a very smart man, and he's very well spoken. So he's got to take responsibility for what he says and how he says it. But I think the fact that he did this "I am a Christian" selfie and started the hashtag campaign was a tribute to those that were murdered at that Oregon Community College. I don't think he was passing judgment on those that were murdered. I think he was just saying, in that situation, let's think about this globally, not with respect to Umpqua Community College. Think about this globally. If I'm in that situation, this is what I'm going to try and do. I don't think it's that much different than saying, if I was on United 93, I hope I would have done what Todd Beamer did and say, let's roll and get everybody together, and we're going to go attack these terrorists because now we know what they're doing or what they plan to do, and we're going to stop this, risking our own lives, ultimately, of course, what happened in the process.
Yeah, and a lot of Americans did think, gosh, why were these people so compliant and lining up and standing up instead of attacking them? But, in their defense, we don't know what they went through. We don't know. We weren't in the room. And we know that he had 6 different weapons on him. He was, it's hard to play Monday morning quarterback after you have people being slaughtered.
Joe and Joliet. Hey, Joe.
Dan?
Yep, you're on.
Dan, you stole my statement. I'm talking about Todd, the 9/11 hero. Let's roll.
Okay.
He said the same thing.
We're sharing a brain, Joe. That is a dangerous proposition for you. Sean in Elmwood Park.
Ben Carson brings to the table common sense fundamentals that are steeped in morality. He is a better version of Trump. He has a better understanding of the Constitution. He's Trump without the pomp and circumstance and insults, which is why he's number 2. You can dislike maybe the verbiage he uses, but you ultimately agree with the theory he presents. And every time they try to trip him up, and every time they try to make him look foolish, when you really look at what he said, it is common sense fundamentals. Now, another thing, Prof, how could you take advantage of the blonde who cried at a Joe Biden commercial with the Cubs bet? Amy, I got half the action if you lose. I mean, what's next, Prof? You're going to go to Woodfield and fire old people down escalators? He's ours. Take care of her.
Thanks for the call, Sean. I got to make my money where I can. That's all I have to say.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
No one ever imagines facing Alzheimer's or other forms of dementia and needing full-time care, but it happens. And deciding on the right residential care for mom or dad can be a monumental task. There is a memory care community that focuses on helping your parent or loved one with dementia light up and live life to the fullest, making them feel like family. Autumn Leaves memory care communities see past the diagnosis to the person you know, that your dad was a fantastic cook, or that your mom loved to dance. A person who deserves so much more than being just an Alzheimer's patient. Whether it's through yoga and music therapy or simply by cooking them their favorite meal, Autumn Leaves strives to stimulate their minds and bodies to respect and nurture the person you care so much about. See for yourself the difference Autumn Leaves communities can mean for your family. Autumn Leaves, dedicated solely to the unique needs of memory care patients.
Autumn Leaves has 10 locations in the Chicagoland area offering day-stay respite and assisted living programs. Call 888-662-8886 or visit autumnleaves.com.
Illinois by the numbers, the number 47. Go to Upstream Ideas, upstream-ideas.com to find out what that number means, why it's significant for you. Providing information like that is one of the reasons I'm involved in the new website along with the Illinois Policy Institute called Upstream Ideas, which is online, as I said, at upstream-ideas.com, where you'll find information that will inform the discussions we're having on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. We challenge accepted orthodoxies and debunk some of the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. With each visit to Upstream Ideas, you'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
Trump on eminent domain and the creator of Dilbert on Trump.
And an Alabama reporter gets clocked by a politician and a judge's judge. We will have it here. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Fog and 59 in spots, especially heavy across northwest Indiana. Good morning. Shrine of Christ the King Church in Woodlawn, the scene of a 3-alarm blaze early this morning. The parts of the roof are collapsing on that shrine this morning. There was a complete restoration and renovation of that church underway. Chicago Fire is investigating. There's also an investigation this morning into that deadly U.S. airstrike on a hospital in Afghanistan being demanded by Doctors Without Borders.
It is unacceptable that the bombing of a hospital and the killing of staff and patients can be dismissed as collateral damage or brushed aside as a mistake.
The organization wants facts gathered in the U.S. Then decided under rules of the Geneva Convention. Russian warships are launching rockets this morning at nearly a dozen ISIS targets, they say. In a news conference in Italy, U.S. Defense Secretary Ash Carter says Russia's actions in this case are improper.
We believe this is a fundamental mistake. Despite what the Russians say, we have not agreed to cooperate with Russia so long as they continue to pursue a mistaken strategy and hit these targets.
Russia's defense ministry says the missiles were fired from ships in the Caspian Sea about 900 miles away. U.S. counterterror officials are probing Toyota this morning to try and find out how ISIS has acquired so many pickup trucks from the world's second largest automaker. ABC News says Toyota is unaware of how the terror group has obtained Toyota vehicles and supports the inquiry from the Treasury Department. They're being told to evacuate to higher ground at this hour. 1,000 residents near a compromised dam in Richland County, South Carolina, told to evacuate. Russ Paulson is with the U.S. Red Cross.
Making sure they have a warm, safe, and dry place to go with their families, food to eat, water to drink, and someone to talk to. We had 19 shelters open last night. We're supporting an independent shelter as well.
State officials are paying close attention to several dams across that rain-soaked state. Teachers' strike continues in McHenry, keeping students out of high school classrooms in District 156. The FAA proposing huge fines on an aerial photography company that flew drones over Chicago and New York without permission. And a young girl is in the hospital following a lawnmower accident in Will County. Family members say the girl was mowing the lawn in unincorporated Plainfield Township when the 2-year-old got caught up in the riding mower. The girl suffered severe lacerations to the leg but is expected to survive. Stocks are set for a strong open this morning after taking a breather yesterday from 5 days of gains, and oil prices are extending their rebound. Pirates and Cubs in the National League wild card game tonight. They'll raise a championship banner at the UC as the Blackhawks open the NHL regular season against the Rangers. The news service of Cabela's. Gear up at Cabela's Ultimate Outfitters sale. Find great deals like 30% off Cabela's MTO 50 camo rainwear. 20% off select men's and women's base layers. Shop in-store at Hoffman Estates and Hammond, Indiana, or online at Cabela's.com. 8:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher doesn't believe the Pope deserves criticism.
I think this is a loving man. Politically, I think he's mistaken in some areas. I mean, this is a guy who has denounced capitalism.
Makes a huge priority of climate change.
Those aren't political issues with which I agree. I don't think he's deserving of the kind of criticism he has received.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
If you're a small business owner, you know that image is everything. This is Dina, manager of Aunt D's Slots and Wine Bar in Hickory Hills. As an upscale venue, our clients expect a clean and presentable business. After a year of heavy traffic, our carpet really showed the stains from numerous wine tastings and special events that we couldn't clean ourselves. We called Executive Green Carpet Cleaning when we heard about their no-risk guarantee, promising that we would be happy or we wouldn't need to pay. They scheduled a time convenient for us, not what fit their calendar. Executive Green used their own purified water and non-toxic solution. It left the carpet residue-free and even took wine stains out we thought were permanent. If you're a small business owner looking to clean carpet, upholstery, tile, and more, call Executive Green Carpet Cleaning.
Call 708-599-5151. That's 708-599-5151. Or visit executivegreencarpetcleaning.com. That's executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
8:37 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Southside firefighters are still battling hot spots at Shrine of Christ the King at 64th and Woodlawn. Closures there remain in place. The Edens, 34 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 23. The Kennedy, an hour. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 32 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour. Thorndale to Loop, outbound 46 minutes. Stevenson is 56 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow Archer to 31st and Roosevelt to North Avenue. Adams Tollway, stop and go. Bartlett to 53 and Busty to Lee. Veterans Memorial, slope out into the Reagan Tollway and Butterfield 290. The earlier delays on 53 are all gone. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Patchy morning fog, otherwise clouds break for sunshine, high 69. 58 at O'Hare, next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k specialist. Heard Saturday mornings at 7 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so Donald Trump, he's seen his lead shrink a little bit, but he's still in the lead. He's
because he'll let you know that he's still the number one, Dan.
Well, that's the number one thing he's concerned about is his poll numbers, and he communicates that. But he has shown, admittedly, more staying power than I thought. A lot of other pundits thought he would have. But here's the question to Trump supporters. When you hear him tackle issues, as he did yesterday with Bret Baier for Special Report, like eminent domain, which is it an esoteric issue? A little bit, but it really is a core issue because it goes to private property rights in a free society. Private property rights happening to be the cornerstone of a free society. And here was Donald Trump answering the question about his support for eminent domain and one of the worst Supreme Court decisions in the last 50 years, the Susan Kalo decision, Sue Kalo versus New London, Connecticut. Here's Trump explaining his enthusiastic support for liberal eminent domain policies.
What do you think of eminent domain? Well, I think eminent domain is wonderful if you're building a highway and you need to build, as an example, a highway and you're going to be blocked by a or in some cases it's a holdout. Just so you understand, nobody knows this better than I do because I built a lot of buildings in Manhattan, and you'll have 12 sites and you'll get 11 and you'll have the one holdout and you end up building around them and everything else. Okay, so I know it better than anybody. I think eminent domain for massive projects, for instance, you're going to create thousands of jobs and you have somebody that's in the way and you pay that person far more. Don't forget, eminent domain, they get a lot of money. And you need a house in a certain location because you're going to build this massive development that's going to employ thousands of people, or you're going to build a factory that without this little house, you can't build the factory. I think eminent domain is fine. Now,
yeah, so when a little person with a little house gets in the way of one of Trump's big projects, he just wants to steamroller, and that's what he tried to do.
And that's what he tried to do when he built his casino in Atlantic City, which, by the way, failed. So even if he would have taken her house or convinced the government for eminent domain for her house, it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But that's what they do. The rich keep getting richer. They don't care about the poor. And this is a graphic example of Donald Trump.
Let's pull the reins. The rich keep getting richer. They don't care about the poor. Are we talking about Donald Trump, or are we talking about anybody with money?
No, we're talking about Donald Trump.
Okay.
But, he's perpetuating a stereotype that some poor people have, that rich people don't care about the poor. And they'll stop at nothing to get what they want, including, maybe twist some politicians' arms to have eminent domain where it's convenient for them. It fits his narrative. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one thing where you're talking about a public project like a highway, which Trump started with, which was contemplated by the Constitution. Right.
They're making this, expansion right now on Jane Addams, and there's some homes and some property that's going to be moved.
And that those homeowners property owners need to be justly compensated. But it's a whole other thing when you get the government in the business of saying, there's a better economic use for your property, so we're going to put our finger on the scale on behalf of a real estate developer or any other interest and against your private property interests. That's a whole other thing not contemplated by the Constitution. It was an expansion of eminent domain power, a ridiculous expansion that the Supreme Court provided in the Kalo decision, which Donald Trump supports. And so, I mean, for those people that cheerlead for Donald Trump. Look, you can disagree with a candidate in a particular issue and still support him, but to me, this is a big issue because it goes right to the heart of respect for private property rights, of which there is a decreasing respect for.
And respect for your fellow human being.
312-642-5600. You know,
this
someone
rubbed me
with
the wrong way.
a little house gets in my way, then it's time for me to enlist the government to help them take the little house out of my way. I think that's a problem. Kevin in Northfield.
You guys need to embrace the idea that any Republican is better than Hillary or our friend Biden of the Welsh coal mining family.
But is Trump really a Republican?
So stipulated, and so.
Amy, you were quoting Karl Marx a few seconds ago, and thank God you were stopped. The rich getting richer and the poor getting poorer. You got to focus on the big picture. 3 Supreme Court justices may be appointed next president. Trump, if you've been in any of his buildings, he's done more for society than Hillary.
Yes, but Kevin, let's walk this back. We always have to walk this back with some people. We're in a primary right now. So I stipulate that any Republican is better than Hillary or Biden or the socialist or the other socialist, Bernie. But what about Trump versus the rest of the field, and what about Trump when it pertains to issues like property rights?
It's very interested last night in your discussion about the persuasive techniques, because I think you hit the mark on that. But you got to admit that Trump is successful. He's successful at persuading me that Jeb Bush has no energy. So I believe he would be successful in moving forward the issues that are critical. Dan, I got to admit that on an order of magnitude, the eminent domain issue is a 2 or 3 versus the robbing Peter to pay Paul debt that you have given to my kids.
Thanks for the call, Kevin. I mean, although this is robbing Verna Coking, in this case, to pay Donald Trump for his development, that's what he tried to do with a casino in Atlantic City.
Yeah, that failed anyway.
Well, because he wasn't allowed to take her property. That was before the Kalo decision, which he's a fan of. Tom in Schaumburg.
I didn't hear him say that he was a fan of the Ginsburg decision to confiscate private property just so that the builder could put up a bigger building and get more tax revenue out of it. I didn't hear him say that. I heard him say that he was a fan of eminent domain for public projects and for the right of way and for the public good.
Trump has previously said, I'm 100% in support of the Kalo decision, and he has previously acted consistent with the Kalo decision, even before the Kalo decision, to use the government to take someone else's private property for his private development. That is not building a highway. That is not a public good.
Can I say one thing?
Sure.
I would rather have Donald Trump make me an offer on my property so that he could build something than anybody else.
Well,
I
agree.
Sure it's a more gracious offer than would be from the government.
Thanks for the call, Tom.
But you can't really bargain with the government. We've tried that. They'll tell you what the price is, and good luck.
If Donald Trump wants to buy my condo and pave the lakefront, I'm fine with that. I want out of here anyway. Please, Donald Trump. Kevin in Libertyville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, Trump did actually touch on that with his interview, mentioning that many times these places are multiples of what their value is, and a lot of times it's just holding out. So I think it's a case-by-case basis. But the other thing I wanted to touch on real quick is the whole Kevin McCarthy situation, and I think this is why I'm actually now leaning more towards Trump, because what he said was exactly accurate, and no one is giving him any props. He stated very clearly, well, maybe not very clearly, but if you hold these lying lying Democrat liberals up and make them answer for what they've done, and make them hold their feet to the fire and expose their lies to the light of day and to the truth, which is what's happening with Hillary Clinton, those that may have been voting for her will run away from her. That's kind of what he said, and it turned into this humongous, he's a gaffe, it's a gaffe. It wasn't a gaffe. He told the truth.
Yeah.
If you expose them for what they are, if you, instead of just letting Democrats run all over you and not appoint these independent commissions,
you'll never get to this point. And that's what he said.
Thanks for the call, Kevin. I mean, I understand what he meant, but that's what he said was very inartful. Pete in Homer Glen. Pete.
Hello.
Pete, you're on.
Hey, Dan, I agree with you most of the time, but this time you and Amy are making an issue out of a non-issue, as are all the other conservatives.
Property rights is an issue.
Yeah, this happens so rarely, and if they're fairly compensated, you know what? It is. If somebody is going to get 2 times or 3 times market value, you know what?
Yeah, that's not the issue. The issue is what if they don't. The issue, Pete. The issue is if they don't want to sell, and you can, as a private party, use the government to take it anyway. That's a legitimate issue. That's a legitimate private property rights issue.
It is a legitimate issue if it was done on a basis where it was significant. How often does it happen?
Thanks for the call, Pete. It happens. If it happens once, it happens too often, and it's significant for the property owner who doesn't want the government to take their property.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some high clouds today, more sun by this afternoon, a high of 69 degrees. Tomorrow, even warmer around here. It will be humid, and we have a chance of a shower in the afternoon. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Eden's inbound 34 minutes, Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 23. The Kennedy, 56 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound's 27. The inbound Ike, 61 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, 45 from Manheim, outbound 37 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 56 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. The ride 30 minutes, 95 to downtown. Lakeshore Drive slow southbound Bryn Mawr to Fullerton, northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and Roosevelt to North Avenue. It's on Adams Tollway stop and go, Barrington Road to 53, and then heavy busy to Lee. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
A big fat thank you to all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months, and you're enjoying your best sleep ever. But that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It is so very important to get a great night's sleep. Don't wait any longer. MyPillow helps with snoring, headaches, neck pain, insomnia. Don't toss and turn all night trying to make your pillow conform to your neck and back. MyPillow does it for you. It's washable, keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. For the MyPillow buy one, get one free offer, visit MyPillow.com. Type Amy in the promo code, 2 for the price of 1, or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201, or online at MyPillow.com.
Hi, Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. I could talk to you all day about how I feel about Townstone's service, low closing costs, and great rates. But how about listening to one of our customers?
Hi, my name is Jim Maraff. As a real estate investor, sometimes I need some additional cash. Barry and Townstone helped me cash out and purchase an apartment building on the north side of Chicago. One of the options that I had at the time was to go through a commercial bank. Another option that he informed me, instead of doing that, was to cash out refi and with some of the equity that I had in one of my homes. And now there's cash flowing about $50,000 a year or more. All of that was a result of Barry advising me on the various options that I had at the time of that transaction.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Florida, license C6629, NMLS 136639, Equal Housing Lender.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I have a very mild version of MS. I couldn't afford the medication from the doctor's office, and I thought, let's try to fight this a little different way. Since I've been on it, I've only had one episode.
So as soon as I got it, I took some. I normally take it in the morning. So
just with that period of time, I'm definitely seeing improvement again. Really amazing. So I'm probably going to get my daughter on it.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
So, Amy, this case is a little bit perplexing to me because, on the one hand, I like to see Democrat politicians imprisoned, but on the other hand, I like to see reporters throttled, too. And so I don't know where to come down on this one. Democratic City Councilman in Dothan, Alabama, who it's referred to as striking a TV reporter.
Well, he did strike him the first time, and then the second time he got a little more aggressive.
Well, it was kind of a claw, like Baron von Raschke.
Morning, Mr. Newsom. How are you, sir? Anything changed?
I'm fine.
Anything changed since we spoke last time?
Excuse me. Get back.
No, I'm just asking you if anything changed since last time.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Do you have any plans to resign?
Excuse me.
Sir, you cannot. You can't do that.
Dr. Newsom.
Yeah, that's
What's happening?
reporter Ken Curtis. He pushed him the first time, and he pushed his microphone kind of into him. Like, back up. I'm not going to answer your questions.
Well, famous
about
Amos
resigning.
Newsom, who's a city councilman there, Curtis was up in his grill, and famous Amos Newsom, who is 80 years old, he didn't take too kindly to that. Famous Amos still has some fight in him.
Yeah, because Ken Curtis kept sticking with him at trying to get him to answer the question, and there was some blood drawn.
How about would you be willing to resign if it would mean a better deal?
Let me tell you something. Dr. Newsom.
So one of his aides is like, Dr. Newsom, control yourself, Dr. Newsom. And he ran in to kind of shield him, to get him in the car. Well, later police arrived at his house, and he didn't fight police, didn't try to scratch them, and he was charged with third-degree assault.
All right.
Don't touch the reporters. It's real simple.
That's so that's one fight. I like that square off. That was the undercard.
Then this is my favorite fight. Remember that judge in Florida? We told you about him, Judge John Murphy, last June. He got in a verbal fight at first with the assistant public defender. Here, listen.
This is an emergency
if I
created
had
by
a
the
rock,
state.
I would throw it at you right now.
Stop
me off. Just sit down. I'll take care of it. I don't need your help.
No,
sit
you know
down.
what? I'm the public defender. I have a right to be here, and I have a right to stand
I
and
said
represent
sit
my
down.
clients.
If you want to fight, let's go out back, and I'll just beat
Let's
your
go.
Well, they didn't go out back. They took it to the hallway. Okay,
You're gosh darn right he ordered that code red.
So Murphy came back to the bench after that discussion in the hallway. He was disheveled. He was panting. Well, he's only been suspended.
What did he
for 4
do?
months. Well, he claims that they were just pushing each other. Nobody punched each other, which is a bunch of you-know-what. So he's been suspended, 4-month suspension. He'll be able to return to the bench, but on October 26th, he has to show the Florida Supreme Court why he should not be permanently removed from the bench.
What happened to the public defender? I mean, what was the injury?
Well, he was
traumatized. His shirt was untucked.
Oh yeah, it looked like a genuine, legitimate cat fight.
I don't know. I kind of like lawyers fighting. I think we should see more of that in court.
But with a judge, come on, control yourself.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, Mike, you watching the game Sunday?
Yes, sir, on the big screen.
But I thought you don't have a big screen.
Hollywood Palm Cinema does. They actually show Chicago football for free.
What do you think of
a movie screen?
Wow, that's actually a great idea.
Yep, and they do a full menu to make sure all the essentials are on hand for every fan.
I thought Hollywood Palm Cinema only did movies.
No, they actually have holiday family events coming up. Plus, they do private parties and anything you can imagine. They're really stepping it up. I found out about all this stuff when I was looking booking for showtimes the other night at HollywoodPalmCinema.com.
HollywoodPalmCinema.com. Looks like I have some research to do.
But I already told you the game is Sunday.
No, research for the wife. Time to plan a romantic comedy birthday party movie event for her and her crew.
Oh, yes. Bonus points for you, good sir. Nicely done.
For showtimes, game times, and event planning, visit your source for event and movie magic at HollywoodPalmsCinema.com. That's HollywoodPalmsCinema.com.
Hi, it's Dan Proft. Gentlemen, when it comes to your health, do you know your numbers? You may know your blood pressure and cholesterol, but do you know your testosterone? I do. Low T Center makes it easy. You walk in, take a simple blood test, and know your results within minutes. If you're a man over 40 and have noticed a decline in energy or stamina, you may have low testosterone. Low T makes you feel tired and grumpy, can raise your cholesterol and cause weight gain. Low T Center's experienced medical staff will educate you on the benefits and risks of testosterone replacement. A Low T Center takes just minutes for results, and services are covered by most health insurance. They even have convenient, flexible hours. So do yourself a favor and get your levels checked. Call 630-409-4305. That's 630-409-4305. Or go to lowtcenter.com and tell them Dan Proft sent you.
Hi, Tom Sadeka, CEO of Precision Payroll of America. We're the 32-year-old company whose first employee and first client are still working together. If you are like me and are listening to this station, chances are we hold some common values and truths we hold self-evident. That's the main reason Precision Payroll attracts great clients and great employees. Precision Payroll of America operates at the core with fundamental principles that drive our attitude and delivery of service. We work hard to provide the best in pricing and value. In addition, with our great team that has been with us a long time, you are ensured a lasting relationship with people who understand your needs and always stand ready to serve. What sets us apart is that we view what we do as a great opportunity to serve others in a professional and technical capacity while building long-lasting relationships. That's what we treasure. If this message hits home, please call me at 630-242-1507. That's 630-242-1507 or on the web at precisionpayroll.com.
With the change of season and the cooler weather comes many things added to your to-do list. Watch football, rake leaves, consume more cider donuts than needed, clean the gutters, make sure the furnace is ready for the Chicago cold. But there is one key item missing from your to-do list: scheduling your garage door and opener checkup. That's right, every other part of your home gets the care and attention that is required for proper performance, but your garage door is taken for granted. Before it's too late and you find yourself with a garage door that forgets how to open and close, schedule your garage door and opener checkup with House of Doors, 708-485-5000. That's 708-485-5000. Or online at houseofdoorsinc.com. Think about how much you rely on your garage door. Now is the time. Take care of it with House of Doors Garage Door Checkup, 708-485-5000. Online at houseofdoorsinc.com, where quality starts right at the door with an A rating from Angie's List.
AM 560, The Answer.
Shut up and dance. The Cubs dance because the Cubs are going to win tonight, Dan Proft. Thank you so much for wearing that stupid hat into this.
You're very welcome. I'll wear it tomorrow when the W flags are dormant.
Okay, we'll just see. We're back here tomorrow, 5 a.m. Thanks, as always, for making us a part of your morning. Now let's check in once again with Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. Police Superintendent McCarthy back on the hot seat. CTU President Lewis plans to run for re-election. And the Hawks raise another Stanley Cup banner tonight. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Inundated by rain and river water, hundreds of thousands in South Carolina either have no tap water.
The other email.
Apparently they're planning a cabbie strike tomorrow, and the cabbie union contacted
Oh,
us if we want someone on.
Yeah.
They're good. He's
Yeah,
good.
I'll take that.
We've had him on before, remember? He's
Okay, so we'll have Rostam and the cabbie union guy tomorrow. Any other ideas?
Cubs win all day. Cub fan reaction.
Jake Arrieta. I don't know. We're making any progress with the other stuff like Dalrymple?
Yeah, I've reached out to Dalrymple through the publishing company. They're trying to get to him. Thomas Sowell is a Pacific Time guy. They said apparently they don't book any interviews before 8:30 Pacific Time. that might be a future one, but not for this week probably.
Okay.
And I reached out to Sajak through the Wheel of Fortune people. They haven't answered.
Okay.
Maybe they'll answer. And I talked to Ted Nugent's people,
Mhm.
and he's in hunting season, so they're having a tough time trying to get a hold of him.
He hunts on his land.
Okay. All right. Keep pushing Dalrymple because he's a psychologist, so he'd be good to talk to.
All right, what do you think? Cubs win. When do Ortiz's run?
Usually one runs every morning. I know I hear one for sure.
I hear one at I hear one at Walsh during Walsh's show.
Oh, we could do the cabbie strike. Could do that, I guess.
Have a tough time catching a cab.
Mm-hmm.
Like every day.
I don't have problems catching cabs. My kids try. I'm like, guys, I got this. Get off. Mom's got this one. It's going to stop for a 10-year-old. They've got change in their pocket. Chicago's Morning Answer with, ooh, that's loud. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Chicago cabbies one-day strike tomorrow just means more customers for Uber.
We're back at 5 a.m. 560, The Answer.
If Dave's out, can you cut that Craig Johnson interview or have...
Oh, yeah, for the podcast?
Yeah, you want me to send it to you?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
I want to send that one to a couple people.
So Roscom's interview says Roscom is chairing a Ways and Means Oversight Subcommittee hearing tomorrow morning
On what?
Today on whether the favorable tax treatment given to colleges and universities is fully justified given the rising cost of higher education and student outcomes.
All right, that's good. Then we can talk about McCarthy, too.
So we'll have him tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
Awesome. Have fun watching the game, Dan. So what bet did I make with him?
I don't know. I think you bet $100 or something.
I got no fucking $100. You think he's gonna pay me $100?
No, it was just for the year.
Okay. No, I paid the last bet.
I don't think either of you took it seriously.
No, I paid the last bet. Oh, I pay my bets. Like what? He said something about over under or 100 or something.
Oh, yeah, the betting line. They're minus 130.
So what's that?
You got to bet 130 to win 100.
I have to bet 130 to win
100 back. So if you bet $130, you'll win 230. You win 100.
Okay. So if I bet 130,
they're the favorites. Yeah.
Because the Cubs are favorite, I bet 130 on the Cubs. I'll get back if they win 230.
You get 100 profit back.
Right. So I'll get 230.
Yeah, you win 100. Yeah.
Dear Lord, this is why I don't bet. There's numbers involved. Hello, dear. It's in there. The morning tease extraordinaire.
Things. The best thing it can do? It can send you on a vacation to paradise. Download or upgrade to the new AM560 mobile app between now and October 9th, and you'll be able to enter to win an all-expenses-paid trip to Cancun for a week-long stay at the all-inclusive Secrets The Vine Resort, courtesy of Apple Vacations. Just go to 560theanswer.com/mobile to get the app today and download Paradise. Presented by Permaseal.
Call Quicken Loans now at 800-QUICKEN to see if you qualify for the government's Home Affordable Refinance Program, or HARP. And for 5 years in a row now, J.D. Power has ranked Quicken Loans highest in the nation in customer satisfaction. And for the second year in a row, they've also ranked us highest in mortgage servicing. Call 800-QUICKEN or visit QuickenLoans.com.
Visit jdpower.com for award information. Call for cost information and conditions. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org. Number 3030.
Your local pharmacist is also a Health Mart pharmacist. And they're not like other pharmacists.
After Mom's surgery, I was overwhelmed, but I was so relieved. Her Health Mart pharmacist was there to help. They explained her medication and even delivered to her house. Mom got the personal service she needed, and I got something even better. Peace of mind.
Visit healthmart.com to find a locally owned Health Mart pharmacy near you. Health Mart, caring for you and about you.
9:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Eden still has significant delays from around Oakton to the junction. It's 34 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound fine at 19. Got Kennedy delay start at Sayre. 48 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. A little quicker than the express. Outbound, just a 6-minute delay. Montrose to Sayre. Inbound Eisenhower, 54 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, and 38 from Manheim. Outbound 37 to Thorndale. Stevenson, 55 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The ride's very heavy now. 40 minutes, 95th to downtown. It's clear outbound. Lakeshore Drive delays southbound Montrose to Fullerton, northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Eastbound Adams Tollway slow Higgins to Barrington Road with a crash in the left lane. Roselle to 53 and Bussey to Lee. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Gallagher is next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's meteorologist Steve Williams.
This afternoon, some breaks of sunshine with a high at 69. Increasing cloudiness tonight, low 55. Cloudy and breezy tomorrow. A shower or thunderstorm in the afternoon with a high 76. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
60 degrees, clouds and sunshine at O'Hare. Next news at 9:30. Mike Gallagher starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Market Overdrive with Carla Mina. 2 power hours of real estate trends, secrets, and advice heard every Saturday from 1 to 3 p.m.
When you can't trust the mainstream media, where do you turn? Get the answers from Mike Gallagher right now on AM 560, The Answer.
And now, this radio station gets turned into your total information source with the Mike Gallagher Show. The news is happening now, and we keep you connected to the headlines like no one else. Here is the happy conservative warrior, Mike Gallagher.
I'm holding in front of me the definitive book about Broadway. Now, before you panic, if you're not a Broadway fan, I want you to know something about our guest, Michael Riedel. He is the famed theater columnist for the New York Post. He's also the co-host of the weekly talk show on PBS called Theater Talk. He has been called the bad boy of the New York media because he's sort of the Walter Winchell of 2015. I mean, he's the guy that makes Harvey Weinstein mad. You know, he's the thorn in the side of anybody associated with Spider-Man because he didn't like Spider-Man. Rumor has it he doesn't like Hamilton, and if you don't like Hamilton, there's something wrong with you.
Well, that's an example of my complete irrelevancy because while I've been punching at Hamilton, I believe the advanced ticket sales now stand at about $40 million. So
no kidding.
Shows you the power of me in the press.
Try to get a seat to see Hamilton.
Exactly.
But Razzle Dazzle, The Battle for Broadway is a book. When I say I devoured this book, I'm going to tell you how embarrassing this is. I not only read it breathlessly the first time, then I put it down, and a few hours later, or a day or so later, I picked it up and read it again. It's that good. I'm not kidding you. And even if you have just a passing interest in how the legitimate theater works, the history of Broadway, the Schuberts, all these famous, colorful characters, and how the money part of Broadway, everything about Broadway. Michael, honest to goodness, and we've known each other a long time, congratulations on what is going to be hailed, I know, as the definitive book about the story of the Great White Way. You must be so proud of the response you're getting to this book.
Well, thank you very much, Mike. And I want to say that you were one of the very first people to read the Uncorrected Galley after Simon & Schuster sent it out. And I was on vacation. And I got an email from you, and it was, I think, the first or the second email where somebody said, I love this book. And I can't tell you how exciting and how much that meant to me, because it took me 4 years. I mean, 4 years I was living with the history of Broadway, 100 years of the history of Broadway. And at some point, as you know, writing books, you don't know what you have anymore. I mean, I thought I was enjoying writing it. The wonderful characters, Michael Bennett in A Chorus Line, David Merrick in 42nd Street, Andrew Lloyd Webber in Cats, The Power of the Schubert Organization. I was having a good time writing it, but I frankly had no idea how somebody outside of the business or who's not a real, variety devourer would feel about it. But, so far people seem to enjoy a book that, even if you're not in theater, people tell me it's a book about power. It's a book about how people attain power, what they do with power, and how power influences, affects, and alters them.
And I have to say that for people who hear Michael Riedel, and of course you appeared on the NBC show Smash as sort of a yourself, and you're this kind of I don't want to say snarky, but you could be a very critical.
Snarky's okay.
Snarky's all right, but you're that guy that's like, oh my gosh, is he going to like it? Is he not going to like it? I mean, you're not the like the Frank Rich days of the New York Times, but your opinion and your presence is large in this town. For people who are used to your style, I keep telling people, but that's not this book. You have a decidedly different style in the way you wrote this book. It's meticulously researched, and it doesn't look like a typical. It doesn't read like a Michael Riedel
column. No, it's not a snarky.
Column.
As a columnist, I mean, I always think I'm what Addison DeWitt says in All About Eve. I'm a theater columnist. I'm essential to the theater. I'm the ants at the picnic.
Right.
I'm the boll weevil in the cotton field.
Right.
We criticize, we jab, we make fun, we report the gossip,
right.
And you do that in a kind of a fun tabloidy rhythm in your writing.
And you always do it, by the way, in a self-deprecating way, which I know a lot of people love.
I don't take myself seriously. But I realized when I was writing a book that's 400 pages, I could not maintain that kind of snarky tone because it would grow tedious really, really quickly. And I was blessed in interviewing theater people who are by nature theatrical. I had a colorful cast of characters who, when they spoke to me and they told me about their lives in the theater and they told me about the shows that they created and the feuds they had and the battles they had and the betrayals and the triumphs and the failures, they spoke dramatically, compellingly. And I remember one of the very first people I interviewed, he just kind of laid out his life in the theater, the ups and the downs. And I thought, I sat back and I thought, I'm going to let these people do the talking because they can say it much better than I ever will be able to.
And what the reason I wanted to spend some time with you here in the studio is because you are a very rare breed too. Because I know theater, and as an equity actor, I've gotten to do some stuff regionally and had some fun with participating with Memphis on Broadway, and I invested in Pippin. But certainly I'm not a big player, but I know that world. And most people in theater are very liberal. They don't like my politics. They don't like what I do for a living. Some have treated me pretty poorly because they know what I do for a living. Mm-hmm. You are a like-minded conservative. You're a Republican.
I'm a Republican. I mean, I'm a contrarian by nature, and I went to college at Columbia, which is pretty far left. Right. So I think just being surrounded by all the lefties all those years just made me want to go in another direction. If I'd gone to, I don't know, the Jerry Falwell University, I'd probably be a raging pinko right now. Mm-hmm. But I do not see the problem or the contradiction of being a Republican, of being a conservative, and loving the arts and being in the arts.
And I get pushback from listeners sometimes who say, oh, Gallagher, you talk about theater so much and you do a show or you're playing Daddy Warbucks somewhere in Annie. How can you do that with all those libs in the theater? And my response has always been, why are they the only ones who get to play on that sandbox? No, why should this just be the domain of the left? For me, a good Broadway show is perfection. I sit in a Broadway theater and I think I'm happier in this place than I am just about anywhere else. I love this is the best of everything. The best lighting, costuming, everything is the best. It's what and people clamor to come here to see a Broadway show, would be it a play or a musical or whatever. Why should that just be enjoyed and participated in by the left?
The ushers at the Book of Mormon are not checking your voter registration card to see if you're a Democrat when you come in. All right,
exactly.
I mean, the theater welcomes everybody.
Right. It should anyway.
And also, I got to say, the theater, Broadway in particular, what I cover in my book, is a for-profit business.
Right.
It is a prime example of capitalism.
The celebration of capitalism.
Its best.
Yeah, this is it.
My book begins really in the 60s and 70s when New York City was going bankrupt. Times Square was seedy and dangerous. The Broadway world was being wiped out because, remember, cultural taste changed. Rodgers and Hammerstein were no longer in the top of the charts. Right. It was now the Beatles and Motown and the Rolling Stones. A lot of those great Broadway theaters were empty for years, were being torn down, made into parking lots because they had more value as a parking lot than a theater. And there were a handful of guys who stuck by a business when it was really on its last legs. And they turned it around, and they turned it around by being like all great capitalists, entrepreneurs.
Right.
They found a chorus line. Right. They created 42nd Street. They created Cats. These guys had the greatest American entrepreneurial spirit.
And you write in the book, arguably, Broadway really saved New York. Now, New York wasn't going to go anywhere. I mean, but Times Square, it was, like you said, seedy and dangerous. Arguably, the Broadway theater scene saved it, changed it.
You know, New York has one thing no other city in the world has, and that's Broadway.
Yeah.
That is this unique collection of theaters that put on some of the greatest live shows of all time.
Right.
And when New York was really in trouble, I mean, this city almost went bankrupt.
Right.
You know, it was saved at literally the last minute. Right. It was saved, by Hugh Carey, the governor of the state of New York. What was here for New York? Broadway.
Right.
Now, around the time, 1974, 1975, as the city is careening to bankruptcy, as people don't want to go near Times Square because you've got to go by prostitutes and pimps and whatnot. Right. Michael Bennett, a guy who used to dance in the course of Broadway shows, he meets with his friends one night. They get a little drunk. He tape records their life stories.
And that became a chorus
He
line.
goes to Joe Papp and he plays the tapes. And Papp said, well, I don't know what you have here, but here's some space and here's some money. Go to
Knock
work.
yourself out. Go to work. All right, we're going to get into all that. I also want to talk some politics with you for the benefit of people who didn't know that Michael Riedel, the theater columnist for the New York Post, and author of Razzle Dazzle, The Battle for Broadway. What's the publication date officially?
It came out yesterday.
Yesterday's
so
the official
get it now.
date, so it's available now everywhere. And I'm not kidding you. You only have to have a passing appreciation for theater to love every page of this book. It's one of the favorite, the best books I've read, one of my most favorite books in about a decade. I'm not kidding you, and I don't say that lightly. Razzle Dazzle, The Battle for Broadway by Michael Riedel. Feel free to join us, by the way, if you have a question or comment for the famed Butcher of Broadway. 1-800-655-MIKE. You can text us your comments as well, 800-655-6453. The story behind a chorus line is fascinating, but there are so many more. We'll continue our visit with Michael Riedel in studio here on The Mike Gallagher Show, brought to you in part by Heart to Heart. For our trip to Israel in a couple of weeks, learn more. Go to savinglivesinisrael.org, savinglivesinisrael.org. Again, feel free to join us, 800-655-MIKE, as we visit with Michael Riedel and talk about his book, Razzle Dazzle.
This is the Mike Gallagher Show on AM 560, The Answer.
Something else that has become a uniquely New York thing, but it's all over the world. Uber. I drove in with Uber today because I'm a definite Uber guy 2, 3, 4, 5 times a day. I love this amazing smartphone app that connects riders with drivers, and you know how it works, right? But how would you like to drive with Uber? How'd you like to be your own boss? Make some serious life-changing money. It's easy to start. You just need a car and a license. And the incentive to do this. You want to work a few hours a day. You want to work your tail off and make, again, serious life-changing money. It's simple. Just go to drivewithuber.com. That's drivewithuber, UBER.com. I literally believe that Uber is changing the way we live. I mean, it's my only mode of transportation anywhere in the country. I travel somewhere, I get out the app, and I call the Uber. You have the opportunity to be a part of this exciting project, this exciting way of doing business in this world. Drivewithuber.com. Drivewithuber.com.
Are you embarrassed by your old tired-looking blinds? When you think about replacing them, do you feel overwhelmed? When you think about not replacing them, do you still feel embarrassed? Then you need to go to Blinds.com. Blinds.com is the world's #1 online blind store. With over 25 years of experience selling blinds and only blinds, they have everything you need to make the entire process easy peasy. There's a huge selection right at your fingertips. You can watch helpful videos or get a free design consultation. And they have brand new offers each week. Blinds.com will work with you every awesome step of the way to make sure your blinds look absolutely perfect. Best of all, shop risk-free with the SureFit guarantee. Even if you mismeasure, Blinds.com will remake your window treatment for free. No hassle, just great-looking blinds. So go to Blinds.com, replace those tired old blinds, and hold your head up high, America. Go to Blinds.com or call 888-4BLINDS. That's 888-4-BLINDS. There's a great deal waiting, so call or go to Blinds.com today.
Are you hiring but not sure where to find the best candidates? Listen, I've been involved as an entrepreneur almost all of my life. I can tell you that your company is only as good as the people you hire. I can tell you that posting your job in one place isn't enough to find great candidates, quality candidates. When you're short-staffed, there's no time to deal with the dozens of different job sites that are out there. Until now, thanks to ZipRecruiter.com, you can now post 100-plus job sites with one single click, and you're going to be instantly matched to candidates from over 6 million resumes. days. Post once, within 24 hours, watch the candidates roll into ZipRecruiter's easy-to-use interface. ZipRecruiter, they've been used by over 400,000 businesses, and you can try it right now absolutely free. Try ZipRecruiter, get your perfect candidate before they go to somebody else. And again, you can try it absolutely free. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/MG. That's ZipRecruiter.com/MG. You're going to love the way this works for you. ZipRecruiter.com/MG.
Mike Gallagher.
So, I'm retiring today.
Freedom!
I hate goodbyes, so I've hired singers to follow me around and bid my coworkers farewell.
It's John's last day.
Okay, let's get started. Here's Tom.
Your pranks were amazing, despite what HR says.
Next, Susan.
Your homemade cookies blew his mind and diet.
Finally, Dave.
You never judged him for his popcorn burning.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss you guys.
Ready to give your swan song at work? The Mutual Fund Store can help. We'll sit down with you one-on-one to talk about your goals. Then we'll put a plan in place to help get you on track. Finally, we'll keep a close eye on your account to make sure you stay on track. Discover how within reach your retirement could be for you with a free portfolio review and consultation.
Hi, I'm Matt Personette with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
I wish this bag under my eye would just go away. Hey, if that sounds like you every morning, you're not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men and women until now. Introducing the new Genucell Serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. Susan from New Jersey wrote, I've been using Genucell for a couple of months. The puffiness around my eyes is gone. Even the crow's feet and small lines have disappeared and haven't come back. I love your product. I use it under my eyes, around my cheekbones, and on my eyelids. Not only Susan, folks, I use it and I love it. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. I guarantee it. Call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. Call 800-525-8323. 800-525-8323.
Checking traffic from the ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center on AM 560. The Answer. Eden's inbound 24 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 27. There's a crash past Oakton in the left lane. Kennedy 43 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 23. The Ike 54 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 37. Stevenson is 56 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, and the Ryan, a heavy 40 minutes, 95th to downtown. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, don't be caught without the facts. Listen to me, Sean Hannity, this afternoon at 2, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Mike Gallagher.
With Michael Riedel, who is the theater columnist at the New York Post, and he's written a terrific, and I mean terrific book. It was out yesterday, Razzle Dazzle, The Battle for Broadway. Hugh Jackman, his endorsement said, this book is a love letter to Broadway, both a splendid history of this American institution and a wonderful account of how art gets made. The raves are everywhere for this book, and deservedly so. But Michael is also a strange breed. He's a theater guy who is a Republican and tilts rightward like so many of us do. Before we dive into the book a little bit and talk about A Chorus Line and Cats and Betty Buckley and some of these great stories, let's talk about your politics for just a moment. From where you sit, what a bizarre political season we're in right now. Who'd have thought that Donald Trump, Ben Carson, Carly Fiorina would be the leading candidates, it seems, on the Republican side. Hillary with all of her challenges and the email server and all that. What do you think of where we are right now, and who do you like and who don't you like?
Well, I've been a Republican since I was a kid. In fact, I was a member of Fourth Graders for Ford.
Attaboy. Attaboy. That's a small group.
Absolutely. I think I was the founding and only member of it.
President, vice president,
although when
secretary.
Right, but when you actually, I love history too. When you look back on what Ford did, I think he's being reevaluated for his leadership skills. But my take on things now is I'm like you. I'm a happy warrior. I think a jolly person, and the part of conservatism that drives me crazy is when they get really mean and they want to run other people down. And there are a few of them out there now, but my favorite, and I thought he did very well in the first debate, but kind of disappeared in the second debate. I like John Kasich. I think he's sensible.